Hello and welcome to the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2022. My name is Fiona Steil-Antony and my co-host for today is Grandmaster Daniil Yuffa. Daniil, welcome. How are
Yeah,
you today?
welcome. Yeah, or how it's said in Spanish, bienvenidos. Yeah, I feel just great. I'm very, I'm very, I'll say I'm happy to provide you with some cool chess stuff, and obviously we'll try to entertain you as as good as we can.
Absolutely, the candidates tournament. I feel like chess fans around the world have been waiting for so long for this tournament to start. It is the tournament, of course, that will determine the next challenger to the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. If he decides to decide his title, we will see about that. But the candidates tournament, always such an exciting tournament to follow, especially because there's only really one place that counts, that is the first place. And this year, a very, very exciting field, Daniil.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. This candidates tournament gonna be a very peculiar action. I think full of drama. We should take into account that now the we should little expand on uh, the venue, the playing venue where do the players play. So the city is Madrid, and now in Madrid is more or less plus 40 degrees above zero, and uh, I do anticipate a lot of blunders, a lot of drama, and uh, we will see a lot of blood in the tournaments. Of course, it's like not literally, but in the chess
Yeah, hopefully not
chess wise.
literally.
Yeah.
Hopefully not literally. No, I agree with you. I think a lot of excitement. It's also a tournament, I think, that's very nerve-wracking. There is so much pressure, so much tension. Every win can be so important, and every loss can almost put you out of contention. Maybe not in the first rounds, but especially towards the second half. I'm very curious. Well, very soon we'll get to the parents, and especially curious to see how the newcomers will do. Alireza Firouzja Duda, they will be playing for the first time, also Rapport in the candidates tournament. So a lot of exciting players. There's also one big Twitch streamer in there, Hikaru Nakamura, who had a fantastic comeback to classical chess. So plenty of exciting players to follow, really.
Yeah. So we should briefly talk about our bets. Like, what do we anticipate from the tournament? So, whom would you bet on? Let's say.
I think I'm not going to be very brave. I think my pick are the same picks as most people. I think Fabiano Ding Liren are maybe a little bit over the field in terms of just strength. I know that Ali Reza, he gained so much rating. He's a fantastic player, but he's still so young. I don't know if he has the experience needed. I don't know if he can control his nerves. So I think if I had to pick one, I will go with Fabiano Caruana. And what about you?
Yeah, it's quite a solid bet, I should admit. I mean, I didn't see the percentages, but it seems to me that well-experienced Fabiano is one, obviously stands as one of the leaders of the
Hmm.
tournaments, one of the favorites. So, in my point of view, I might agree with you that Fabiano is one of the favorites. I would expect quite interesting games at least. I don't take the results into account of Richard Rapport,
Hmm.
but I do expect a lot of interesting ideas. And yeah, we should follow up with the seconds later, and that will be in another peculiar topic of speech
About the second.
about the seconds of the
The
players.
seconds, yeah, for sure. The seconds of the players. Well, I don't think we have all the information yet, but if you're following World Chess on Instagram, you will have seen yesterday they were sharing the picture of Richard Rapport traveling to Madrid with Ljubojevic. And Daniil, tell us a little bit about this very interesting player.
Yeah. Well, Lubovich was and is a chess legend. He used to play a lot of, win some very, very serious tournament, including Kasparov and Karpov. So he was, like I would say, poker. It's a poker term said regular in the strong. extra class tournaments, and
Hmm.
he was rich of interesting opening ideas, and his style of play a little bit reminds me actual current Richard Robert. So it might be a kind of uh, partnership which can pay off in my point of view. So they are both very stylish attacking players with full of full of interesting opening chess ideas overall.
For sure. I think it's a very interesting choice by Richard Rapport. We see Hikaru Nakamura with his same long-term second, Chris Littlejohn. It actually a very interesting choice of second because Chris Littlejohn's rating is around 2100 or something like this, 21 to 2200. But they have been working together for a long, long time. Chris Littlejohn was always hailed as being working very well with computers. They are great friends, and it's clear that Hikaru, after all these years, still trusts Chris. I'm sure there are more people that Hikaru probably worked with in the run-up to the tournament, but at least in Madrid, he's joined, as always, by Chris Littlejohn.
Yeah, so they might be just two close friends, and it a little bit breaks the stereotype of having a strong chess player as a second. So again, in comparison to Jan Nepomniachtchi's second, I think that's another way to advise you to follow the World Chess Instagram account. And in this case, you would know who is Jan Nepomniachtchi's second for sure. So I will just reveal it. So his second is Nikita Vitigov, as it seems to be, according to the pictures been taken from Palace Antonia, the place
Yeah.
where the players will compete. So we have Little John, we have Lubomir Lubovich, we have Nikita Vitigov,
I
we
also
have
saw yesterday actually another picture. I think Kai Hulin is also there. If I'm not mistaken, Kai Hulin was helping Jan already during the match. Is that correct?
yeah, I think so. I think so. But I think his regular coach is Vladimir
Hmm.
Potkin, but he probably was not able to come there. So I think Ildar Khairuling, a former
Hmm.
very, very strong classy player. I think when they've been youngsters, Khairuling used to, I think, beat Jan Nepomniachtchi for several occasions in
Yeah.
junior tournaments. So he was super talented. But then, as I heard, he decided to choose another path.
Hmm.
So he still he's still a strong grandmaster with maybe 26 over 2600 rating. But he, as what I've heard, he's been working as an IT engineer or
Okay.
something connected with IT. So they
So
might be,
taking a break from IT to help out Jan in the candidates tournament.
yeah, such a nice hobby indeed.
Exactly. It's maybe, other people have different ideas of taking a holiday because I think being a second in such an important tournament, of course, is such hard work. But they are, of course, great friends, and let's hope that he can help Jan well. Daniil, only 1 minute to go until the start of the tournament. Maybe we can have a quick look at our pairings for today.
Yeah, we need it urgently. I agree.
So here we go, starting out with Fabiano Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura. 146 time they played. That's insane.
Yeah, maybe the most games played against each other among the pairings in the first round.
Indeed, a very well, actually, a big score for Nakamura, leading 89 to 56, but probably a lot of fast games
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
mix there. Then we have Duda against Rapport.
Yeah, these two lads should rather have encountered each other in junior championships, but Rapport is like 2 years older than Duda. So
Mhm.
I in junior championships I played against each other.
Plenty. Then we have Firouzja against Radjabov. That will be quite interesting. They
Yeah,
haven't played so many games. And finally, Ding Liren against Jan Nepomniachtchi, another huge first round clash between the top Chinese player and the last challenger to the title.
yeah, for sure we should consider Jan and Ding both as favorites of the candidates tournaments because Ding was twice very, very close and Jan already won the candidates, the previous edition of candidates, and
Mm-hmm.
he wants himself to include in the list of Spassky, Smyslov, and I think and Korchnoi, who won the candidates tournament twice in a row.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be a goal to achieve for Jan Nepomniachtchi for sure,
And
and
for Caruana, they are the two
and for Caruana
players
as well.
in this field, of course, who have won it before. What do you expect? Not in terms of opening, but just in terms of the play. Let's say for this upcoming first round, which should start any second now. Do you think we will see some big fights today, or do you think the first round the players just want to get into the tournament and it will be a bit more peaceful?
I may recall the first round of candidates tournament in Yekaterinburg in 2020,
Mm-hmm.
and I do remember Nepomniachtchi winning with black pieces against Giri in round one.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, well, it would it doesn't seem to repeat once again this time, but who knows? I think Radjabov against Firouzja would be a quite interesting game. It sounds a little bit weird because we know the style of play of Teimour Radjabov. He's
Mm-hmm.
quite solid, but Alireza is full of ideas, full of interesting decisions over the board, and for all of a sudden, I do expect uh, something I'll say with a fire on board.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup. Teimour decided to play in Norway chess, which just finished, a few days ago, which was an interesting choice to play such a tough tournament right before the candidates, because the candidates, of course, it's such a tough and long event. He didn't do very well there. I wonder if that will give, Firouzja some extra motivation to try and to try something with the black pieces.
Yeah, it can be quite provocative. So
Yes.
you see the opponent playing quite. I can't say badly because
Hmm.
even on my level, scoring that number of points that Radjabov did would be quite a success for me. But of course, he performed way below his real strength,
Hmm.
and it could be quite provocative for Firouzja to try to beat him, maybe with black pieces as well.
For sure. And those things can also backfire because, of course, Teimour, he's one of the most experienced players in the field. He's been playing on the top level for so many years. I mean, he beat famously Kasparov when he was 15 or something. Is that
Yeah,
a
yeah, maybe even
move
less. Yeah,
even
I
less?
think it was
Yeah.
French defense, by the way.
Yes, French
So I
defense.
think the games just have started,
Hmm.
and we just have to take a little opportunity to remind our followers to use the rest day for playing chess on the FIDE Online Arena. So uh, besides you enjoy the game of chess, you can also win some prizes and some money, which can motivate you as well. So do not miss, just stand the chance to play on every rest day during the candidates tournament of FIDE Online Arena.
Absolutely, don't miss that chance. And also, just wanted to say that I'm keeping an eye on the chat on YouTube and on Twitch. So if you have any questions, I see again that Daniil was asking when's the round starting. Well, it literally just started. So
Yeah,
good to see you all in the chat. If you have any questions, as I said, I'll keep an eye on that. We are live on YouTube and on Twitch at World Chess TV. And Daniil, I believe we have some first moves.
yes, so I will give you an opportunity to decide which game we should start following.
Okay, how about we start maybe with the game that we were just talking about, Radjabov against Firouzja.
Yeah, let's do this. So I'll just briefly switch to the board and put all the moves.
So this is a game where we're expecting some interesting action between the two players. I'm also very curious, actually, I have to say, to see the matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru. I think the candidates tournament, every game is especially important with the white pieces. Fabiano, one of the best prepared players in the world, so another interesting game. But let's start with this one, Radjabov against Firouzja. So Daniil, I have to admit, opening preparation and openings in general is not my strong point, also knowing the players' repertoire. So let me know, do we already have some surprise here?
Well, I don't know the overall statistics, but I do consider this position has been played for quite numerous occasions. So this just Queen's Gambit declined only, I think, 4 moves made,
Hmm.
like knight
Only four moves.
c3.
Do you think it's a surprise the Queen's Gambit declined has a very solid reputation? Do you think does that surprise you as a choice by Alireza?
Well, by Alireza, I'm not quite familiar with his opening repertoire, to be
Hmm.
honest. But after knight c3, black still has a plenty of options, and I think bishop e7 will lead to more or less calm positions. Even after bishop e7, there is a plenty of quite sharp lines, but
Hmm.
bishop e7 is considered to be like the most solid opening. Then followed up with castle and playing, let's say, like the main position is bishop f4. Also, bishop g5 is possible. Black castle, e3, and c7, c5 was quite popular in Caruana against Carlsen match.
Hmm.
So, and this position first been analyzed by seconds of Anatoly Karpov, who used it against, I think, Viktor Korchnoi in his match in the Baguio.
Hmm.
So this position is quite familiar as well. But after knight b d7, there might be over I don't know, maybe 15,000 of games in the database. So this move is well known for everybody.
Hmm.
So, but after d5, we can expect after knight c3, Alireza taking on c4,
Hmm.
which became quite modern recently with an idea after e4 playing b5. I didn't know the name of the opening, but let's say bishop b4 is Vienna, and I
Hmm.
think we can name b5 as almost Vienna. So I don't know. Like frankly speaking, I don't know the name of the opening, but b5 is quite popular.
Hmm.
I think even Jan Nepomniachtchi played this position, knight d5, knight b5. So there is a big theory there over there as well.
That is the position we have on the board, right? I think they
I don't know.
went down this path.
Really? So
Yeah.
I did, yeah, honestly, I didn't see the game. So just give me a few seconds.
Shit.
I'll briefly check the position on the board. Wow,
Because
this is a game indeed. I'm I'm good in predicting.
yeah, you called it.
Yeah, yeah, I just called it. Knight b6. So, and this position, recently I've been analyzing quite a lot,
Hmm.
and as well, it's been uh, it's been played in I think in Nakamura against Carlsen against Nakamura game,
Hmm.
and it's quite important that after a4, one of the strongest moves is queen d7, avoiding a5 immediately.
Hmm.
So this is a modern line. The most common line is just to play bishop e2. Let's say black develop, bishop b7. We do play castle, black play knight c6, and then white has a, well, familiar for theoreticians plan connected with transferring the queen to the king side, playing queen d2 with an idea to put it to f4 and then to g4.
Okay, so I
So
think, as you're saying, a very theoretical line. It has been debated, among some big names, as you're saying, Carlsen against Nakamura. I see that Nepomniachtchi has also played this as black, Caruana, Ding as white. A lot of big names in the database I'm seeing. What is the reputation of this line? What kind of positions does it lead to?
this line is quite ambitious, and now I do understand why Alireza decided
Hmm.
to just at least to check the aim of Teimour Radjabov. So when your opponent plays such a sharp line, so in terms of ambitions, you have to react quite aggressively. But
Hmm.
computer says that it's not quite clear. According to computer, this line is slightly better for white, but it's quite playable for black, and a lot of, I would say, big players, a lot of big guys have played this position for numerous occasions.
Actually,
So
interestingly enough, after knight b6, Teimour now played bishop e3.
that's an idea as well. I think Teimour's upcoming setup will be connected with playing a3,
Hmm.
then queen c2, and then rook d1. So I played a3 just in order to avoid knight c6, knight b4.
You know
So
what's funny in the database, I was just saying one move ago, I was seeing all these top games, a lot of Carlsen games, Caruana, Ding, Nepomniachtchi, and after bishop e3, a lot of these top games disappeared. So now the top game I'm seeing is actually Teimour Radjabov against Wesley So,
mhm.
which they played in the Meltwater to a final last year in October 2021. So Teimour, following his own game from then, Wesley had responded with knight c6, and I think Alireza has literally just played the same move as well.
Yeah, that's true. Quite quite natural, quite logical move. Just develop your knight. So he's aiming to b4 square.
Hmm.
That's what I see. So in my point of view, a2, a3, just
Makes a
just
lot of
to avoid
sense.
any knight jumps, then to
Yeah.
develop queen on c2 might be quite logical. Yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting. And I'll try to predict the upcoming moves because I've also had a game in this line with black pieces as well.
Before you predict, do you want to know what Radjabov played against So in that game?
I think I don't know any other moves instead of a3, so
I
try
think
to surprise
Rook
me.
c1 he played.
Wow, rook c1, so that's another setup. I've never seen it. Rook c1. So, and let's say if black just check on b4.
Great question. Now I'm out of book.
Yeah, neither me. So I think
Yeah, I
just,
mean, I agree with. I like a3 a lot, just to avoid any piece coming to b4. Because here, okay, how do we react to the check? I guess we have to block
yeah,
the
but
check.
yeah, we have three opportunities, and all of them are more or less logical. Maybe I do like knight d2 a little bit less because
Hmm.
after knight d2, a7, a6, and we do have this pawn d4 issue,
Hmm.
which is quite annoying.
Yeah, so if not knight d2, the other two options, I guess that you're talking about were bishop d2 and knight c3.
Let's say bishop d2.
Hmm.
If we trade a pair of dark square bishop, it seems to be that it would be in white's favor or not.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's quite hard to evaluate. This
It's
position, it's all tactical.
I mean, you have, as you said, spent a lot of time, looking into those lines. For me, it's not a line I play on either side. So looking at this, I feel like, okay, give me 1 hour. I'll be back in 1 hour to think about it and look it up. But it's hard, right? Right? It's quite a concrete position
Yeah,
where
it's quite concrete.
general knowledge doesn't help
And I,
so much.
the only thing I do remember clearly is just this setup. Let's say a3, black develops their bishop, bishop b7, queen c2, I think,
Hmm.
bishop e7, then white do play rook d1. Um, I think we can try to sacrifice the pawn on c4 as well. I don't
Hmm.
think knight a5 is quite a move.
Hmm.
So wish to calculate queen d7. And in this position, obviously bishop c4 at least has to be considered as an opportunity.
Hmm.
So on the first side, I saw that black has a trick. Let's say queen takes c4, and black has knight a5. It's quite peculiar that after knight c7, we have for all of a sudden king d8, and I'm not sure if white can avoid the giving up the knight on c7.
Hmm.
or maybe I'm blundering something very, very easy, but that's just on the first side. It's quite principled, I would say.
Yeah.
Otherwise, not capturing the pawn, white can try to push the h pawn, which is looks like an alpha zero idea, but it's been used even by my opponents in the game I've played, I think, a couple of years ago. So in these positions, one of the black's main ideas is to castle long
Mm-hmm.
and then try to, let's say after rook h3, try to fight for the center playing f6 or playing
Mm-hmm.
f5. And
Mm-hmm.
this is the position. So it's
Very
I think,
interesting stuff.
yeah, it's very interesting, and this pawn structure, this type of the position, can appear in the game easily. So,
Mm-hmm. Daniil, shall we come back to this game in a short while? But very interesting. I mean, you predicted it absolutely correctly that we will get in a very interesting battle. I'm very curious to switch to Duda against Rapport because I have the database open, and after only 7 moves, they are in a new position already.
wow, that's what chess is all about. Yeah, let's switch to Rapport. Yeah, Rapport with black against Duda with white. Just I'll try to find the game quickly.
Mhm. So Duda against Rapport, a very interesting matchup. Duda, the winner of last year's World Cup, Richard Rapport qualifying through the Grand Prix. Both of them have had some great years, and well, Rapport, what can we say? One of the most creative players on the tour, I would say, and yeah, just incredible. Let's maybe go from the start and see how we got to what seems to be a new position.
Yeah, so e4, c5. That's the opening Richard Rapport is very famous for. Well, bishop f4. Even for me, mm, I can say I'm very, very familiar with this setup, playing bishop f4
I
at
mean,
once.
it's incredible. I have the opening tree in front of me, and bishop f4 is like the move number. Take a guess, like which,
In
you
terms
know,
of popularity,
yeah, in
okay,
terms of the number
number 13.
15.
Okay,
Close,
I was close at least.
but it's incredible.
I'm trying to get the purpose of this move. So bishop f4, do white really threatening knight b5? So let's say
Hmm.
if black plays knight f6, is knight b5 killing at once? So I'm trying to understand what was Duda trying to
Yeah,
achieve with this order of moves, because knight f6 looks quite natural.
natural. Yeah. Okay.
Knight b5, maybe there is kind of very peculiar transposition to Sveshnikov.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say e5, bishop g5, black still can play d6, even if it is not the only move. Maybe they can try
Mm-hmm.
to use the dark square bishop somehow. But okay, let's say d6. Um, so okay, once again, if knight 1 c3, this is just a clear
Mm-hmm.
transposition to Sveshnikov, which is considered to be quite solid opening for black. And now white has a plenty of opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
The main of them are bishop f6 or knight d5. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the position. Uh, I'm wondering if he been thinking to use the position of knight on b1, and he can try to push c pawn first to create, I would say, a very pleasant spot for the knight in the future. So
Mm-hmm.
playing
Yeah.
c4 first looks quite natural, and I'm trying to explain this exact order of moves. So c4, let's say, yeah, bishop e7. I don't know, maybe knight 1c3 there. Maybe that's been an idea. Of course, c4 creates some additional weaknesses. Let's say d4 pawn, d4 square isn't strong enough.
Mm-hmm.
So black can try to use it somehow, playing a6. And let's say white can include bishop f6, but maybe they're not obliged to. Knight
Mm-hmm.
a3, and uh, maybe in this position black should seriously consider knight takes e4. Let's say,
Yeah.
if I'm not blundering something. Yeah, just a brief analysis. This is the most principled. We take
Mm-hmm.
on c3, bishop d8, knight takes d1, and the pawn on b2 is hanging, and the
Mm-hmm.
position is completely unclear.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Really
probably
good.
that was the purpose, to push the c4, the c pawn first, and then to develop the knight. But
Mm-hmm.
Richard decided to play d6 after bishop f4. And yeah, so this is the position. Duda took on c6, b takes c6, and bishop d3 was played, quite natural. And Richard responded with knight e7 as far as I can see. Is it?
He responded with, sorry, you saying after
Yeah, so I think knight e7 was the move.
97, yeah, is the position on the board right now.
Mhm.
A completely, completely new position, which, as we said earlier, I mean, it's so rare on this level to have a new position so early into the game. What do you make of it?
Yeah, that's so funny, and that's a very strong evidence. It's a very strong argument in favor of people who are trying to argue with others who say that now chess is just a game of computers. So absolutely not. Still, you can generate your own ideas. You can
Mm-hmm.
generate your own style of play, your own positions. So, and thanks Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Richard Rapport to proving us that chess is not all about the computers and engines. It's about your fantasy, it's about your brain, it's about your intuition, it's about an essence of features that you can use in your game.
For sure. Speaking of that intuition and maybe just like understanding where do the pieces belong and all that, what kind of setups do you think we will see here from both sides?
Um, Regarding this game, so the first question is where Duda will put his knight from b1. So will
Mm-hmm.
he go c2, c4 first,
Mm-hmm.
or he will keep his pawn on the second rank, developing the knight immediately? Let's say castle should be played if
Mm-hmm.
there is no tactical blows, let's say. So d6 pawn is not hanging yet, and retreating the bishop is not quite logical because of
Yeah.
knight g6 upcoming. So castle for sure will be played. I think knight g6 is the most natural there.
Mm-hmm.
And so once again, black. So white is white has a choice between various opportunities. So bishop g3, in my point of view, doesn't seem to be quite solid because of
Mm-hmm.
the modern way to play chess, to push the h
Yeah.
pawn. So yeah, so when your wingman just goes, yeah, towards the king, it's always scary. So
Yeah, for
h5 is
sure.
a move there.
Especially when Rapport is the opponent.
Yeah. So Rapport is the guy from whom you consider the most to play h5 in this
Exactly.
tournament, at least in this tournament. So after knight g6, I think bishop e3 can be played,
Mm-hmm.
and then black simply finish the development playing bishop e7. Then there is a bunch of moves. So let's say knight d2, f4. I don't know, knight d2 or knight c3. Knight d2 seems to be a little bit more interesting because after knight c3, all the time it will be met with d6, d5. And now uh, this c3 knight seems to be a little restricted.
Mm-hmm.
So knight d2 probably a little more flexible move. Castle, and we do push the f pawn, let's say,
Mm-hmm.
just just as an idea. It's quite playable for both sides. We do not
Yeah.
know the evaluation. What does the RN say? But it's quite playable. I would pick both sides to play in
Yeah,
the
also
classical game.
very interesting pawn structure with white sort of having this e4 d4 and black a lot of flexibility as to how he wants to react in the center here.
Hmm.
Okay, so very interesting stuff here as well. Duda is still thinking about after knight e7. So do you want to maybe go to another game? Shall we have a look at
Yeah,
Caruana against
let's
Nakamura?
let's give a look against the North American Derby.
And I just wanted to see on YouTube, I see Elias Lawrence was saying, shout out to my girl Hannah watching her first candidate. So big shout out to Hannah. I hope she's enjoying. I think there's so many new viewers now for this candidates tournament. Of course, there was a huge boom with the pandemic, with the Queen's Gambit. So fantastic to see so many new people watching this candidates.
Yeah, I think the recent Netflix series just drastically changed the popularity of chess all over the world. So I
For
think
sure.
I've met a lot of people, and the first thing that comes on their minds, that's the first question of what comes that if you saw the Netflix series about some queen of chess from North America, of course we did. I mean, that's our job, so we have to
I
do it.
know. Exactly. Yeah, it's really become the most popular question. Before there were others, when you say, "Oh, I'm a chess player," but now it's always about the Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, and we should admit that thanks to the Netflix series, so
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of pros and cons, like for and against this series. In my point of view, it's been filmed almost perfectly,
Mm-hmm.
and we do know that former world chess champion and, in my point of view, the strongest chess player ever, Garry Kasparov, was uh, consulting the so he was
Yeah.
like involved in writing the script of the series, and he was suggesting the writing down the chess games, and
Mm-hmm.
the chess part has been filmed quite precisely, so
Yeah.
that's what I've admitted for myself.
No, for sure. I was always a bit disappointed about what they did with Gaprindashvili. Uh, I think that was a bit of a mistake on their end. But apart from that, I mean, the chess part was really
Yeah,
done beautifully.
I completely agree with you.
Okay, so let's see. Naka wanted to play a Berlin, but Fabiano said, no, thank you. Let's play some anti-Berlin. Is that what's going
Yeah.
on here?
So that's the current position on the board. So we'll just briefly go into the game. So d3 bishop c5 is the maybe the most popular line against this d3 anti-Berlin.
Hmm.
Knight c6, d takes c6, knight b d2. The again the most popular continuation for white, bishop e6, castle, bishop d6. So bishop d6 was played. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. So if it is an ideal idea, because I've seen many games knight d7 were
Yeah.
followed by.
So
So
bishop d6 is the second most popular, and it was played already by some. Levon, for example, seems to have played it a lot.
mhm,
Also, also Hikaru himself,
yeah,
quite a lot of games, and some Kramnik, some So plenty of top players, but yeah, not as popular as knight d7.
I don't believe there might be a reason behind it, because in anti-Berlin, as far as I know, as far as I've seen, just computers say that almost every line for white is zeros and almost
Hmm.
every response for black is zeros.
Hmm.
So Hikaru, So what is the main difference between bishop d6 and knight d7? In case of knight d7, it probably gives an opportunity to play knight b3, threatening knight g5. So just to eliminate one of the bishops, like eliminate the
Mm-hmm.
bishop pair, and bishop d6 is kind of a move that tries to keep the bishops on the board. I'm not sure they're quite useful in this kind of positions with the closed pawn structure.
Mm-hmm.
It's considered to be well, I would say the first chess analyst who invented the rule of utility of
Mm-hmm.
bishops was Dr. Zygmunt Tarasch, who said that in the positions with 7 pawns or more, knights are not weaker than bishops. So I'm not sure if bishop d6 was like strategical wise the best decision, but this is the modern chess. So
Mm-hmm.
anyway, bishop knight b3 was the response. It was just I would say a pre-move.
Mm-hmm.
Queen
Yeah.
e7, knight a5. So that's quite peculiar. He's attacking the pawn on b7, and he's really threatening to take it.
And it's crazy that also here that we're almost in new territory already. In fact, after the next move of rook b8, there's no more games, which is also for a position that started with so many games. Like suddenly it went off the beaten track quite fast.
Mhm. So can we go crazy and just try to imagine
Mm-hmm.
what would be played after bishop b4?
Mm-hmm.
So because the first thing that comes to my mind is not playing bishop d2, but bishop d2 I'm completely sure has to be the best move. But I've been thinking about knight takes
Can you
b7.
take? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because knight b7, if black plays rook b8, we do have knight e5, but this position doesn't seem to be good for white because there is still a lot of pawns on the board, and it has to be a little bit easier for black to convert their extra piece.
Mm-hmm.
But uh, it's white is not obliged to play knight e5, so they can simply play a3, force the dark squared bishop to retreat and keeping an extra pawn. So bishop b4 wasn't working.
Mm-hmm.
Rook b8 was played instead. That's quite natural. And what is the follow-up for white?
So, what is the follow-up? Well, Fabiano is thinking at the moment, um, but having gone knight a5, surely he must have some follow-up idea.
Yeah, indeed. So he only spent just look. So as far as I see, knight b3 was played,
Yeah, he hasn't spent
and
any
he used
time
just
yet.
10 seconds. Queen
Yeah,
e7, 11 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah.
Knight a5, and then for 41 seconds. So 100% that's an idea.
But
You would never play
interesting,
knight e5 with no preparation.
for sure. But very interesting that rook b8 seems to have come as a surprise to him because Fabiano has been thinking for over 11 minutes already. So I'm surprised because to me, without having much knowledge or any knowledge of this position, it feels like if I looked at knight a5, that rook b8 would seem like a
Yeah, yeah.
natural move.
Like sometimes it's better to have no information than to
Yeah.
have it at all. So for me, I'm not very familiar with these anti-Berlin pawn structures as well, but like rook b8 is the move that you would play on seconds.
Yeah, just defend the pawn and
Yeah,
that's it.
yeah.
So what could be the idea behind going to a5? Does the knight, I mean, surely
May
the knight cannot come back to c4. What could be the
I
idea?
think it can come back to c. It can come back to c4, but after playing b3 first.
Actually, he did something else. He just played bishop
Wow, he
g5.
played bishop g5 indeed. Wow.
Hmm.
I'm trying to figure out what is the purpose. So probably bishop g5 pinning the knight is connected with an idea to play d4 next move.
Hmm.
if I'm not blundering.
Yeah.
So
What if we just go h6?
yeah, it seems obvious to check h6
Hmm.
firstly. So
I guess
that's,
bishop h4.
yeah. Otherwise, okay, let's say bishop h4. And then if black keeps pushing, playing
Hmm.
g5, white play bishop g3. So e5 pawn is hanging, and black have to come up with some decision.
Yeah, I guess there's no way. I mean, also, I'm a little bit not happy here as black about my king's position, because if I castle kingside, it just feels like I already made quite a lot of weakenings. Maybe it's fine.
Yeah,
I would
so
just,
in this line we can see the purpose of playing knight b3,
yeah.
knight a5. So we prevented against the long castle. So now
Mm-hmm.
we will not be under the one-sided attack on the king side. Still, black's king has to find the spot on the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, very
So
interesting position also.
what else can be played there after h6? I do not believe bishop f6 is an opportunity. So just giving up a pair of bishops
Yeah.
doesn't seem to be natural. So
But I like bishop h4, why not? I'm not
I
sure
I,
if I
I
like
do.
g5 though.
Yeah, but what else? How you would
Yeah.
unpin? So if you try queen d7, I'll just take it instantly,
Yeah.
and then play knight h4, and this
Mm-hmm.
pair of moves, which
No,
seems
this
to be a
looks
little bit
horrible.
weird, just very,
Yeah.
very strong.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So knight a5, bishop g5, at least, well, in such calm position because uh, both sides haven't traded even a single pawn. Okay, they
Mm-hmm.
traded a pair of minor pieces, but still the all eight pawns for each are on the board. In
Yeah.
this, I would say, funny position, Fabiano came up with a fresh idea,
Mm-hmm.
which seems to be quite logical and quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, right? Because a lot of these players, so much preparation goes into this candidates tournament. And we see Teimour, not Teimour, Hikaru has just played h6.
Hmm.
So much preparations goes into it, and it's only the first round, but still we are already seeing some fresh ideas, some new positions. So if you're watching us out there, prepare for a lot more novelties, a lot of fresh ideas in this whole tournament.
Yeah. So yeah, we do expect a lot of, I mean, uh, regarding the considering the first round games, if they will continue providing us with such entertaining stuff,
Hmm.
you will never be bored watching candidates. I mean, despite the fact that they are playing classical games, and
Yeah.
we should remind you lads the time control. I think you, Fiona, are more familiar with it. So, what is the time control of the?
Yes, it's a very classical time control, quite a long time control. The players get 2 hours for the first 40 moves, so there's no increment for that first time control, which is good for us, I think, as commentators, but also as chess fans. I think that we will definitely see some time scrambles, some big side note. Before move 40, and then the same. We will get 1 hour. The players will get 1 hour for the next 20 moves. So again, there's a chance that we will see some time scrambles before move 60. No increment there, just 1 hour. And then on move 60, the players will get an extra 15 minutes, but also 30 seconds per move after move
Mhm.
60.
So before move 40, the players do not have an increment,
No.
no added time after each played move. So it reminds me, I think one of the fewest tournaments with this, with such time control, is Norway Masters, if
Hmm.
I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
They
I
have
think
this very
we've,
strange time control, 40 moves, 2 hours for 40 moves, and then a second 10-second increment per move.
uh-huh. Well, I didn't know. Thanks for providing us with information. So, yeah, frankly speaking, I didn't know. Okay,
So
great.
yeah, here they will get after 40, until move 40, it's the same, but in Norway they only get 10 seconds per move for the rest of the game. Here they will get another 1 hour and then another 15 minutes and 30 seconds. So we could be seeing some really, really long games, up to 7 hours even.
And it seems to be quite logical that playing, let's say, 1 hour 40 minutes with 30-second increment has to be a little bit more easier for the chess players because they do not have to take into account that if when they'll have a time trouble, they would need to hurry up because there is no
Hmm.
there is no added time after every move, and you have to literally make a time plan for each of your moves.
Exactly. I mean, here it can be very dangerous to think a lot in the early stages or even in the middle game, because as you said, with the 30-second increment, normally you shouldn't lose on time. Things can get stressful, but you will always, as long as you keep making moves, you will always have that 30 seconds. While here, if you don't manage your time well, you could potentially lose on time. And we saw, for example, in 2013, the candidates tournament, we saw Ivanchuk, I think, lose a few games on time.
Mhm.
I have memories of Grishuk being in huge time trouble. I think he never actually lost one on time, but very close. So we will be seeing, I'm sure, some time trouble action.
Yeah, Grishuk being in time trouble, that's the thing that he's very common with.
Yeah, for sure.
Great. So
Daniil, only one game. Okay, so H6, sorry.
yeah, so that was the position. So you've predicted everything correctly. So G5, Bishop G3, and then
Hmm.
Knight D7,
Hmm.
simply protecting the pawn on E5. Wow. Mm,
Would you say that this is an opening success for Fabiano, or how do you evaluate this?
it's very interesting. I think it all depends on if White will be on time to break through the center. So let's try D4 immediately. I'm very
Hmm.
curious with this move.
Hmm.
And it seems to be very, very logical. So, what's been prepared against the d3, d4 breakthrough?
Do you think Nakamura is still? Do you think the players are still in known territory? I think my opinion is with Fabiano there is a chance because he sort of started this knight a5 stuff. But do you think there's a chance that Hikaru is still familiar with this position?
Well, maybe they know the ideas of some similar positions, but in my in my point of view, there might be out of the theory because otherwise, if you do remember that in this exact position after knight d7, you have a d3, d4
Hmm.
breakthrough, you'll just make it immediately. There is absolutely no sense to waste time in such time control where there is no clock increment.
That's a fair
So
point.
knight d7, d3, d4, I think we're not able to calculate any line, and therefore I would suggest with f7, f6 move,
Hmm.
which looks a little bit weird, but we didn't know that black is quite solid in the center, and knight a5. I don't know if it can be a target in some line, but yeah, it's quite unclear. Also, e takes d4. I don't know if it is a move. I was a little bit afraid of queen takes d4 with double attacking the a7 pawn and the rook on h8. So
Hmm.
black can take on d4. D4 looks very interesting.
I agree with you. I think D4 would be a consequent way of following up what he has done.
Absolutely.
So we will see if he goes with that. He's been thinking for a while. Maybe we can quickly take a look at the last game we have not seen yet, and that is Ding Liren against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, the last but not the least game.
Exactly.
Yeah, just I'll quickly switch to Jan's game against Ding Liren.
Ding Liren, I was very surprised. One thing about him is he arrived in Madrid quite late. I think he only arrived 2 days ago. I thought that coming from China, he probably had the longest trip. I thought he would come a little bit sooner to, just things like jet lag can be a serious problem sometimes. Were you surprised that he
That's a
arrived
little
so late?
that surprised me a little because we do remember that Ding Liren was one of the players who came such early
Mm-hmm.
before the start of the previous candidates
Yeah.
edition. So
But he had to, right? I think.
I think he had to because
Yeah.
of the quarantine,
Yeah.
because of the anti-COVID measures.
Mm. So this time he was like, well, I don't have to come early, so I'll
Yeah, yeah,
come
maybe
at the
maybe
last
he had,
moment.
like, well, I can't say he doesn't seem to be a very superstitious, but
Mm.
probably he could have had a bad memories connected with the tournament because I think he lost a couple of games
Yes,
in the very beginning of previous candidates. So we'll see what will happen there.
for sure. Okay, so let's see. Ding Liren, he opened his first game with one c4, so we have something else today in something else in every single game.
Mhm. Yeah, let's briefly look how we came up to this position.
Mm-hmm.
So c4, e5, g3, c6, knight f3. Yeah, quite a line. It's one of the most playable lines nowadays. Queen e5, it's very uh, like the most popular move,
Mm-hmm.
obviously. So it's the one of the fewest opportunities because all the time your e4 pawn can be a target. Bishop g2, knight e6. I think it's a correct order of moves. In some position, threatening knight b4 or knight c5 depends on the reaction. Castle, bishop e7, knight e3, castle, and then a3 is a move. I think there's been a game between Anish Giri and Pragnananha.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe knight e1 instead been played. Also, frankly speaking, knight e1 was played in yesterday's game between my mate Kirill Alexeyenko against Maxime Lagarde in French League. So knight e1 was
Ah.
the move.
Actually, that is also, I checked with the database, that is the move that was played in Anish Giri against Pragnananda. It was 91, yeah.
Yeah, and after knight e1, it's a little important that black do not have to hurry up with the castle. So bishop f5 or bishop g4 are the best moves. The point being that after castle, white start with d4.
Mm-hmm.
Black is almost forced to take on d3, knight d3. And yeah, here we go. Queen h5, black play e4, pretending to be slightly better in the endgame, which can
Mm-hmm.
occur after queen takes d1. And
Mm-hmm.
in yesterday's game, after between Maxime Lagarde and Kirill Alexeyenko, bishop g4 was played, which is also quite playable. But computer says it's slightly better for white because they tried to eliminate the bishop, creating a
Mm-hmm.
bishop pair. Rook f2 was the game. I think I don't remember exactly. I think queen b6 was played with an idea to play bishop c5. Queen knight a4 was in the game, and instead of queen c7, which leads to very unpleasant position after knight e6, rook a d8 was the move.
Mm-hmm.
And funny enough, white have to respond with knight d5.
Wow.
And black, more funny enough, if we can say so, have to respond queen c7, keeping
That's crazy.
keeping the queen in the striking distance. Yeah, white keep on playing bishop f4.
Are you trolling us all, Daniil?
Pardon?
Are you trolling us?
No, I'm not trolling. That's
I'm
the line
joking. I'm
I've been analyzing
joking.
yesterday. No, I'm not trolling. That's yeah. Me being a frank all the time, trying to provide you with
No
some
trolling
analysis.
on this channel.
Yeah, no trolling. I'm pretending to be super serious. So that's the line. I can do nothing with it.
Crazy.
So yeah, knight e1 is an opportunity as well. So bishop g4 or bishop e5 is the best option. Knight e3 is also a move. Castle a3, rook e8. Well, rook e8 is something which seems to me a little uncommon. I don't know.
Mhm.
I think rook d8 would have been a much a way more natural move. I mean, keeping keeping the d pawn being
Mm-hmm.
restricted at some point.
Yeah.
But rook e8 was played instead.
But Jan fought for quite a long time, actually. He spent, what, almost 8.5 minutes on rook e8.
Yeah, so 8 minutes on move 11. Usually it means that Jan is not even trying to recall the line, but just make
Mm-hmm.
his own move.
Especially because then on the next move, after he played rook e8, Ding responded quite quickly in 2 minutes with b4, and he again spent 8 to 9 minutes on
Hmm.
his next move. Jan, we can talk about it very briefly. He's one of the fastest players, I think, among the elite. In general, he plays very fast, very confident. So it's interesting to see him be the one to spend more time here in the opening.
Yeah, psychological wise, it's a very, I would say it's a very logical approach to the game
Mm-hmm.
because you making fast moves keep your opponent being quite nervous because you try to show up your confidence.
Mm-hmm. For sure. So, well, let's have a look. So, b4 and knight g4, very interesting position. Oh, and in fact, we had still a couple more moves. Bishop b2 and queen h5 with a little threat, Daniil.
Yeah, just a little threat.
Just a tiny, tiny threat of checkmate on a
Yeah, so
h2.
your predictions. So will Ding blunder it?
I think it's unlikely.
Yeah, rather
Rather
unlikely.
unlikely. So the question is, how do we deal with the threat? I guess the most obvious way is to take on g4, or
Yeah.
we have to move the h pawn.
Well, h2, h3 seems to be a little risky.
Mm-hmm.
It can turn out that the position is almost bad after knight takes c3
Yeah.
and bishop h3. Still, e4 pawn can be taken, but
Yeah, this is looking a bit risky.
yeah, so h3 is not the move for sure. If Ding, yeah, I've tried to say that if Ding plays h3, I quit the chess, but
Better not.
maybe it's just lack of my understanding. So
What
I
about
wouldn't make any
h4?
brave. Yeah, h4 is more likely than h3, but still not so.
Okay, so you predict we will see knight takes g4?
Yeah, knight takes g4. Yeah, I don't believe there is any other move.
Hmm.
So probably bishop takes, developing the piece. So uh, avoiding, preventing knight takes c4. So white only can take with the bishop
Mm-hmm.
if they can take at all.
Mm-hmm.
So and if bishop takes c4, it turns out that black has a decent compensation because after bishop takes f6, there's quite a few pins.
Mm-hmm.
So black is threatening to take on c3 and take on e2.
Mm-hmm.
Probably f3 can be played. And still the line is not over
No.
yet.
I have to say, Daniil, that I'm quite surprised. I thought that we would get at least one or two very dry positions today, but we have something going on pretty much in every single game.
Yeah, we have quite a lot to be, yeah, to be precise.
Yeah,
So every game is full of ideas. The positions are quite rich and they can be very controversial. So we still can expect some victories with black pieces because the positions are quite playable for both sides.
for
So
sure.
once again, just how do we deal with this direct line? Knight takes on g4, bishop takes on g4, bishop takes e4, and then White has to make a move after bishop f6, if bishop f6 is the best.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bishop f6 seems to be
Quite natural,
the
yeah.
move.
Yeah.
And then f3, that was annoying me a bit.
Okay, so first of all, I guess we cannot go to f5 because of g4.
Or we can.
Or we can.
Yeah, let's analyze it. Just make the moves.
Yeah.
Just pawn takes, queen takes. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, once again, if king h1, at least rook takes e4 looks interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And the line is not over
Oh,
yet at all as
and
well because of,
what happens if I take on c3 first?
I think after bishop takes c3 there is bishop f3 inclusions that I didn't like.
Very nice. Yeah.
And in this case, also bishop g2 is a move. So
Mm-hmm.
I can't say that I had even a single idea against bishop
Mm-hmm.
g2. So black is simply a piece down. If bishop takes c3, white can take with the bishop, rook e2, and the only button off rook f2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it seems that simply white is just a piece up.
Mm-hmm.
Black can continue with rook a e8, but I don't believe it's a good position for them.
Yeah.
So just queen f1, threatening to take on e2 now, then queen f3. So white's play is quite simple. They're just trying to trade as much as they can and use the pair of bishops.
Mm-hmm.
So the piece sack
Doesn't
doesn't
seem
seem to be
to.
working.
Yeah.
So bishop f6, that's the position. F3, so bishop f5 probably not working. But in such positions, black can try to black can pretend having a long-term
Mm-hmm.
compensation. Let's say playing bishop h3.
Mm-hmm.
So white still have to decide where they should put their rook on. F2 or e1. So e1 allows some checks on d4. Maybe they're still a little useless because of e3. I would rather prefer rook
F2.
f2.
Mm-hmm.
And then simple rook a d8. I mean, this position is so unclear.
Yeah.
And this is quite in the spirit of Jan Nepomniachtchi style
Yeah,
of
I
play.
was just thinking that as well. I think he will be quite happy here.
Yeah. So this is a line, and we will discover soon what will Ding choose.
For sure. I mean, it's interesting also. You were saying you think, knight g4 looks like the only thing has been thinking for almost 8 minutes. So clearly he must be considering some kind of h-pawn move.
Mhm.
But Daniil, I think we will come back to this game and to all the others. I think it's time for our first break of the day, of the show. And just before going to the break, we want to remind you all that the promo code candidates 2022, so that's candidates in all caps 2022, gives you 20% off a 1-year premium subscription to the official FIDE gaming platform, the FIDE Online Arena. This is the only platform where you can earn official online titles recognized by FIDE. So from now on, your achievements will be displayed in your profile on FIDE.com. So don't miss that chance. And we will be back with all the action from round 1 in just 10 minutes. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you then.
We are back on air. We're back to the studio. It is here we are. Once again, we have to remind the commentator squad. I will be boring all the tournament long, and today Fiona, still Anthony is entertaining you, me, and the audience, and we do feel quite comfortable ourselves, and we hope you guys do feel as well. So the first round of Kennedy's tournament on the way. Madrid, Spain. I've just seen the graph that's plus 34 over there. It's quite hot to play chess. It's not the chess weather, is it?
Ab- Absolutely, it is quite warm. I'm sure the playing hall will be air conditioned though, so let's hope the players are not suffering as much as I am right now. It's quite hot, even in Luxembourg. And Daniil, as you were saying, some very exciting games already in the first round, and we'll jump back
Yeah,
to the game. But
yeah.
before we
Well,
do, tell us, how can people at home also get involved in some chess action?
yeah. That's what I've been trying to say. So because all of us we do love chess at all, we do love comment it as we do. We do love watch them as we do as well, and you do. And all of us love the most we mostly love playing them, so we do strongly recommend you to use FIDE Online Arena to play the prize tournament, which is nowadays it's a not rare event, but you will enjoy not only the process but the outcome if you'll have so. And the link is in the description. Just just follow, play chess, enjoy it, and so let us know in the comments if you like to attend uh, watch the Kennedy's tournament offline. We have to remind you that one of the uh, spectators won a very special gift. So he's been attending Carlsen against Nepomniachtchi match in Dubai last year. So you should stand the chance as well. So we do strongly recommend you to use the opportunity and enjoy a way better a way better place. Just you will literally have an opportunity to touch the players, not only watch them on the social networks, not only on world chess platform. So use it, enjoy chess, play chess, and win prizes.
Absolutely. Remember, the promo code is candidates 2022, as Daniil said. Both the link and the promo code are in the description below, so that's under our YouTube stream. And now, Daniil, let's go back to the chess, and we'll start again in the same order. So the game we started with earlier, Radjabov against Firouzja.
Yeah, so once again, so what is the line? So knight b3 was played.
Mm-hmm,
We can briefly give a look how did this position appear.
mm-hmm,
So the last point when we stopped our analysis was just the very beginning of the line, bishop e7. Then Radjabov castled, and Firouzja decided to castle short. I think it's more or less the same as what I've did in one of my games, and
mm-hmm,
I'm sure there might be a way to stronger players who've done the same, but I'm not sure. So he decided to opt for the solid line for solid continuation, despite the fact that c4 pawn being quite unprotected.
mm-hmm,
Um, for it, black has a very tasty square on d5 where
mm-hmm.
they can place one of their knights. I would rather prefer playing knight c before the knight bd5 to keep the knights being linked, connected, protected. You can choose your own word. So that's what I've been thinking about. Knight
Mm-hmm.
c3 was the move, and Firouzja decided to play rook b8 first, so knight b4 wasn't played, and then a3, so no more knight b4 there.
Are you surprised that knight b4 wasn't played?
A little bit, because after playing a3, preventing from knight b4, so it means Radjabov was considering this opportunity for black, for Firouzja, quite seriously,
Yeah.
and finally he decided to protect himself from knight b4, knight d4 jump. Knight
Yeah.
b4, knight d5, sorry.
I'm surprised as well, and I'm especially surprised that Alireza only spent 1 minute on rook b8. So could be that he was still in prep because he pretty much blitzed out everything. Even if we look at the clock situation now, by the way, and you can see Teimour's clock time just over Daniil's head, and Alireza's time in the other corner. Alireza still has 1 hour 46 on the clock, which means he
Mhm.
has only spent 14 minutes in total, while Teimour has already spent over 1 hour. So that's something to keep in mind for sure.
Yeah, that's quite a few, because it's I believe Radjabov was
Hmm.
considering knight b4, and it turns out that rook b8 was the reaction he'd been unfamiliar with,
Yeah.
and he decided to play a3 nevertheless. So knight a5, because now the b3 spot is available for
Hmm.
one of the knights. Queen c2, just to
Hmm.
connect the rooks.
Hmm.
Knight d5, rook a d1, bishop a6, and Radjabov decided to hide his black squared bishop to d2 square, while bishop c1 has been also an opportunity.
Yeah, so decides to
Play
hide.
this move.
Hmm.
So probably he's threatening knight takes d5 right now.
Hmm.
And bishop c1, he might not like because of knight takes c3 or knight b3 at once.
Hmm.
So knight b3, and so basically, what is the difference?
Great question.
Because after bishop d2, Firouzja could also have opted for knight b3.
Hmm.
And isn't, I think that's what he've done, actually. Knight b3, knight e4, knight d2, rook d2, and then knight
Knight
f4 has been
f4.
played.
Hmm.
So that's the line.
And
Yeah, and it's
Alireza has
quite tricky.
still been, I mean, he has spent so little time. But what do you make of the position after knight f4?
So he's still blitzing out everything.
More or less. He hasn't
Uh,
spent, there's only one move that he spent 2 minutes on, like 2 minutes 20, and the rest all under 2 minutes.
mhm.
And Timur has just captured on c4.
That's quite peculiar. So, but what is the point? I mean, bishop c4 is quite natural. Well,
Hmm.
the first thing that came to my mind, and you would, if the spectators could consider myself being a crazy, but I did check the rook b2 first,
Hmm.
queen b2, bishop c4. So if rook e1, then we have knight d3, or rook c1 again, knight d3.
Hmm.
Knight d3 is a potential threat.
Hmm.
But rook fd1, and I can't say I do understand what is what is the next move for
Hmm.
black. So they're
Hmm.
just an exchange down, and doesn't seem to they don't seem to
Daniil,
have a sufficient compensation.
rook b2
So that's
is,
the line.
is
Wow.
on the board.
Mm, I have nothing to say.
I mean, it has to all be prep. Like, you cannot play rook b2 in 40 seconds without.
Yeah, black has some squares, but I don't believe this compensation has to be sufficient enough.
Okay, so rook d1, Timur hasn't played yet, but let's see. If he goes to d1,
Maybe there is some tactical blow which we don't see. Maybe bishop d5 simply. Ah, so that's the point. Now I got it. That's a very clever idea, and now I do like what Alireza did. So bishop d5.
Mm-hmm.
The point being that it's a little uncomfortable for White's knight where to move. So basically, if knight e4 retreats to c3, Black has a plenty of options, but the most logical is just to take on f3, g takes f3, and make almost any kind of a move. Let's say bishop
Mm-hmm.
g5 threatening knight h3. So that's what I like. Also, bishop a3 is a very cute tactical blow because
Mm-hmm.
queen g5 is a threat, and it seems to be that mate is just unavoidable.
Wow.
So knight cannot retreat, and wow, that's so clever. And now I do realize that's the depths of
But
the
then
Alireza's
there's
preparation.
I mean, as you're saying, the depth of the preparation is just insane, no?
Yeah, so he came up with a very interesting idea, very fresh idea. And yeah, Rook b2, the move initially I didn't believe in, but
Mm-hmm.
Rook b2, it turns out that it's
Incredible.
just a very strong move. Well, it could be suggested by computer or by Ali Reza in his home prep. It doesn't
Mm.
matter, but it seems to be it's a very, very strong continuation. But what else if not Rook fd1? Let's say Rook, can we retreat to e1, just giving the opportunity to win the exchange back? Let's say knight d3.
Knight d3, then what do you take or?
Well, we can try queen c3, but I don't know. Queen c3 is not the move because in the end of the line, the a3 pawn is hanging. So
Mm-hmm.
it's a very concrete line. Knight takes e1. If knight takes e1, we just play bishop d5 and black is clearly
Mm-hmm.
better. And if queen c4, we just take on f3, g takes f3, and even bishop e3. And black is pawn up. Their pawn structure is quite solid.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe g5 gives white some compensation for the pawn, but it's even there it's quite hard to evaluate the position.
Yeah.
But black should be fine. Black should be fine
The
for sure.
problem for Teimour maybe is that clearly, he hasn't looked at all of this before. Like he's down to 54 minutes. And it's so unpleasant to have this position and being 50 minutes down on the clock and knowing that Alireza probably still has looked at it
Hmm.
even deeper, right?
But this is the crucial point of the game because if Timur comes up with a decent decision, it was a
Mm-hmm.
decent move, and then the position like more likely became more or less stable.
Mm-hmm.
Both sides will just make moves. So this is a very crucial moment of the game,
To find the
and
right square for the rook.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
or just give up the exchange
Mm-hmm.
for like
Mm-hmm.
I can say for nothing because white is already exchanged up, so they can just give back the material and
Yeah.
play more or less an equal position. So, but I'm not sure now if black is obliged to take on f1. Let's say if white tried to force them to playing queen c3,
Mm-hmm.
do do black have another option? At least they have knight e2 securing the pair of bishops, which
Yeah.
I find very peculiar. So white has to take on e2, bishop takes, and once again black has a pair of bishops. They're absolutely out of risk, and so that's quite fruitful for black.
Mm-hmm.
If not queen c3, what is the other opportunity to force black to take
But
on
I mean,
f1?
also we didn't look at after queen c3. What if I just take on f1? Can I?
Yeah, basically you can take and play queen
Mhm.
d5 or something like this.
Also looks quite nice, no?
Yeah, I mean, human-wise, it feels quite risky for white because
Yeah.
if you make a mistake over there, it can be over in a very, very fast way because queen
Mm-hmm.
b5 is a threat as well. So yeah, kudos to Alireza. He came up with a brilliant, I think more likely human-wise
Yeah.
decision because all of the moves seem to be quite natural, and that's why I had some doubts that bishop g2 is the most precise move. Maybe bishop c1 was an alternative.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop c1. So what is the difference over there? Again, knight b3. This is the line we have to briefly check.
Mm-hmm. So bishop c1, knight b3.
And the most important thing, what should we know about this kind of positions? Despite the fact that initially computer just gives a little favor for white, sometimes there can be more easy to play with black pieces
Mm-hmm.
because of the empty and weak squares. So the only drawback of black's position is the pawn on c4 to tell the truth.
Yeah. Do you think this was a better option?
I don't
Or
know, it's
it's
quite
like
difficult to
to
calculate it. So I'm just yeah, no doubts this was another crucial moment of the game. And after bishop d2, knight b3, knight e4. So um I can I don't believe rook b2 was a blunder, but it easily can be that Teimour underestimated this opportunity.
mm-hmm.
And now I do prefer black. I
Mm-hmm.
strongly do prefer black.
Yeah, I mean a tough situation here for Teimour immediately from the first round, with the white pieces coming up against some big preparation by Alireza. Alireza, who by the way didn't play classical chess since what was this tournament he played? This
Maybe he
Grandmaster was
played
Rapid and Blitz, right?
Wykenze, did he?
No, he didn't. I think his
Well,
last tournament was this European teams in November.
he had an outstanding result. I
Absolutely.
I
Yeah.
I I think he crossed 2800 in the
2800, yeah.
tournament.
Yeah.
But then somehow he lost a few points of
So the
rating.
last one he played was classical, actually, this Grandmaster. What was the classical event
Could it be in Bucharest?
in Bucharest? Didn't they play? Yeah, in Bucharest, exactly. Yeah.
So that was the tournament when he gave up a little bit of rating.
Yeah.
So it was just an amazing, outstanding performance by Alireza. And
Hmm.
yeah, he
Yeah.
scored points out of 9 on the first bar, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was
So
simply incredible. So, I mean, in one tournament, he gained 22 points in this European, as you said, 8 out of 9. And he also gained 12 points in the Grand Swiss.
yeah,
And
he made it look so easy.
I know. And then he lost 11 points now in this Superbet Chess Classic
Mhm.
in Romania. But basically, he didn't play for almost 6 months. And it's clear, of course, that his main focus during that period was the preparation for the candidates. What do you feel? Do you feel it was the right choice, or do you feel he should have played maybe a little bit more?
That's actually a good question. I don't believe he has been wasting time just preparing for candidates
Hmm.
and having a little lack of practice.
Hmm.
And by the way, I don't know who is his second in the
In
tournament.
I don't know. Also in Superbet, it was Ivan Cheparinov.
Wow.
So at
So
least
it
for
probably
sure
can
he
be
was part
Cheparin
of the team.
of the team for sure.
Mm.
Yeah, and I've seen some, I think, Instagram pictures of him, Cheparinov and Maxim Vashilagrov, like doing some sports. So they might be working together.
Hmm.
Probably Maxim Vashilagrov mm, helping Alireza himself.
Hmm. Could be.
So, but it turns to be what I've pointed out for myself, analyzing the World Championship match between Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi, the last one. That's it was quite an important tournament for Jan Nepomniachtchi, and
Hmm.
for all of a sudden I would say literally he cheated on himself because his
Hmm.
main repertoire with black pieces was neither all the time, but for World Championship match he decided to play uh, a solid Petro defense. which
Hmm.
in my point of view doesn't suit his style of play.
Yeah.
But what do I like in Alireza? He remains himself.
True to his style.
Yeah, so he plays, he tries to receive the position which he's good in.
By the way, Daniil, I see in the YouTube chat, and remember, you can send us your comments, your question. I see that GM Chess and Tai Shizhong Academy is saying Duda winning. I don't know if it's already winning, but it looks like Duda has a big advantage. So let's go back
Wow.
to
Yeah, let's
Duda
go back.
against Rapport.
Yeah, we will switch to Duda against Rapport. So yeah, we expected an interesting game between these two lads.
Only only 5 moves have happened since we left, but the position has really, really come to life.
Wow. So, well, frankly speaking, I do not know the evaluation
Hmm.
because we were not switching on the engines.
So let's see. Let's go back. So
So
we
this
left.
this is the current position. We
Yeah,
just keep it in the mind.
yeah. So
So
we left
c4 was
after
played.
c4.
Uh-huh. So he
Before
decided to push
before
the pawn.
c4 we left. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
97. That was the move c4. 8 minutes spent on c4. And I've been super curious why Richard Rapport decided not to play knight g6 over there.
Hmm.
So let's say if knight g6, still it is a big question where the bishop will retreat to.
Yeah. Somehow bishop e3 was more our choice earlier because we were a bit worried about this h5 push, right?
Yeah.
But now we haven't
That's why
castled.
I'm super.
Yeah.
Mm, I can't say I'm impressed, but I'm super puzzled why he decided to opt for g6.
Do you think g6 is too creative?
Well, you should. That's a very good question. Fair point. Sometimes it can be too creative, especially in chess, because sometimes chess just do require some very cold-blooded and very normal approach.
Hmm.
And g6, I can say it's a normal approach because g6 after knight e7 especially was the spot
For
for
the
black's
knight.
knight. Yeah.
Yeah.
But g6 and c5, I think it's absolutely right. It's
Hmm.
absolutely correct reaction
He
because
spent
now,
16 minutes on c5, so clearly g6 also. I mean, g6 also, Richard spent 15 minutes, but
Mhm.
clearly it also came as a big surprise to do that.
Wow, could it be that he simply blundered it after c5? I don't believe he's been calculating queen a5 for a while, but there might be a reason behind it. Why he decided not to play queen e5? Probably because of knight d2.
Hmm.
Still, black is obliged to take with the queen, otherwise d takes c5 has no sense. And after queen c5, what's going on there?
What is going on? Why have we given that pawn?
Yeah, we can keep disturbing the queen, playing rook c1 or b4. Let's say
Hmm.
queen c1.
Hmm.
Queen d4 seems to be the most and natural slash ambitious. I don't know
Hmm.
because we don't know the evaluation. But after queen d4, we should
Defend the bishop.
play knight c4. The
Hmm.
point being, it's not very convenient for black to protect the d6
I
pawn
mean, look
because
at this poor knight on e7.
yeah. So the knight has no moves. I do not believe knight g8 is the move. And the
Hmm.
point being that after e5, for all of a sudden the queen is trapped.
Wow.
So this is the point. I mean, at least an idea.
Yeah.
Queen a5, knight d2, queen c5, rook c1. Other moves. What are the other moves? Once again, if black retreats to b8 after playing queen b4, we play, let's say,
Hmm.
a3, queen b8, and still after knight c4,
This d6
it's
is always
it's
too
it's not
much of
it's
a
not that easy
problem.
to
Yeah.
protect. Yeah, there is e5 there.
Yeah.
Still, it looks very, very juicy to pick
Yeah,
white
clearly, I
pieces.
mean, if I think if Duda went for c5 and Rapport didn't go for queen a5, both players must have
Yeah, there might be a
come
reason
to the
behind it.
conclusion
Hmm.
that queen a5 is just
But
not
g6, in this case, it might be a blunder because
yeah,
g6 spoils everything.
yeah.
c5, e5. Like,
Yeah, worse than just too creative. Yeah, maybe he just
yeah, yeah.
maybe it was a case that he thought he could meet c5 with queen a5.
But then he recalculated and
Yeah,
figured out that it's not possible. Yeah.
yeah,
This position, c takes d6, queen d6, castle. I think bishop e6 being played, right?
yeah. Okay, so
Still a
mhm,
little, it's not that clear, not that obvious how white gains the crucial advantage, but the pawn structure is clearly in white's favor. Knight on e7 is temporarily restricted piece.
mhm. Do we simply develop with knight c3, or how do you want to continue?
Well, knight c3 is very natural, but the only thing that's bothering me that's after knight c3, the only active move with the knight is knight a4.
Mhm,
So it seems to me, I believe knight a3 is also an opportunity. I mean, probably we
mhm,
need to put our knight to c4 or create a strategical threat of playing bishop c4.
mhm.
So knight a3, I do like a little more than knight c3, but knight c3 is also a move for sure.
It looks like white has just a very pleasant choice, right? Maybe we can even move the
Yeah, yeah,
queen.
very, very pleasant choice. That's true.
Like if we move the
Still,
queen to somewhere and then we can follow up with rook d1, maybe.
yeah,
Or
just
even,
develop the
yeah,
pieces. And
yeah.
also you can use the knight c3 move planning to put it to c5 square.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what does the engine say, but it's clear that white has an advantage. I don't like this kind of evaluations like white is winning because
Mm.
like I can say we are two very very weak chess players, but for us it's quite unclear
Yeah.
why white is winning.
Yeah, I think also computers these days, the evaluations are often just too high, basically,
Yeah, they
compared
just
to
seize
the
the line.
human understanding and the human
Yeah, human
evaluation.
wise is not that obvious, but it's we do
For
agree
sure,
that
the
white is
position
better.
is good for Duda, and he can be super happy with what he got here. Like it's clear that G6 was somehow a step in the wrong direction.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so shall we switch now and go to the Americans, Caruana and Nakamura?
Yeah, let's switch there.
Another very interesting. Wow. Okay, this one is also. I mean, I really can't believe it. I was sure at least one or two games will be more or less boring draws, but no. I mean, every single game is just super, super interesting. And in a second, you will see what did we get on the board here because it looks very exciting.
Yeah, so now we got the position on the board, and d4 f6 indeed being
Happened.
played.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So after f6, we weren't quite sure what Fabiano will do, but he responded with queen d3.
yeah, queen d3, and Caruana already took took some time.
Mm-hmm.
So he already spent 14 minutes on move 13 d4
Mm-hmm.
and 13 minutes on move 14 queen d3.
Mm-hmm.
While I can see Nakamura was blazing out everything, but
At
I
least he
think
was
there
playing
might
the
be some time gap
yeah.
between the players. I can see the clock clearly, but
Yes, 16 minutes between the so 1 minute and 1 hour and 3 minutes for Fabiano and 1:19 for Hikaru.
Mhm. So queen d3, h5, d6, e5, knight e5, bishop e5, f takes e5, and knight c4. Wow.
Okay, Daniil, first you have to explain, or maybe it's not so easy to explain because I think it's a very complex position. When we first looked at this game, I was saying that in this line I'm a little bit worried about the black king because we cannot castle queenside because rook b8 has been played, and it doesn't look, especially now, like we will castle kingside into this open field. So it looks like the king will stay in the center for now. But then black also has now this g5 and h5 pawn. So how can we try to evaluate this position?
Frankly speaking, I would rather pick white pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Our king is in a much safer position than black's. One.
Mm-hmm.
E5 pawn is hanging, and if we could have retreated the rook on a8 and pretend that we didn't move it earlier,
Mm-hmm.
we would instantly castle long, but no more this opportunity is available. So that's the question where the black kings will go.
Mm-hmm.
So the more concrete question is how to protect the e5 pawn.
Okay, so what? We
So you can
can't
opt for
protect it with the queen, yeah?
mm, uh, yeah. So if you move the queen out of e7, we can take on g6
Mm-hmm.
probably.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop c4, that's the move you would unlikely choose, but maybe that's a certain, just a necessity over there.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop c4, queen c4, and still the king's issue is not solved yet.
Yeah, no, this doesn't looks.
Well, I can go crazy once again playing king d7,
Mm-hmm.
aiming rook b f8 and then king c8, but
Mm-hmm.
I barely believe it can be considered by Nakamura, but who knows?
Yeah,
At least I would consider the move. Rook king
yeah.
take and play king d7.
What
So
if I go like queen b3 or something like that?
yeah, just preventing me from
Yeah.
playing rook f. Yeah, it's quite logical. I agree. Then I was super curious if I can still play rook f8.
Mm-hmm.
So you take on b7.
Okay, I have to take if I want to b3.
Yeah, and well, rook f3.
Mm-hmm.
Just at least to calculate the forced line. Pawn
Mm-hmm.
takes and we play g4. So is there any kind of compensation over there?
I can tell you that I would be very scared to be white.
Uh, as well as me, I agree.
But
Especially in Nakamura's hands, if you would
yeah,
play, let's say, against lower rated player, you wouldn't be scared much. But if you just if the moves will
for sure.
appear on the board by seconds,
Yeah.
you would be scared. It's again as a psychological factor.
Okay, so the threat is to take on f3 and open the g file. Yeah, I guess we
Yeah.
cannot allow the g file to open.
So the most natural is queen b3 probably,
Mm-hmm.
because rook b d1 is a little late. Like we
Yeah,
just take
little.
on
Mm-hmm.
f3,
Mm-hmm.
and we would be happy if rook d6 would work, but then queen d6 simply, and then queen g6, queen g2 is the
Yeah.
quite an unpleasant mating threat.
Yeah.
So that's quite interesting. And once again, for me, it's quite easy to provide you with some chess entertainment because
Mm-hmm.
I'm not responsible for the results. So in analysis, we can literally do whatever we want.
That's true.
And so one of our goals, one of our uh, like purposes of all like chess entertainment content
Mm-hmm.
is to entertain. So this is a line which can entertain you at least.
For sure.
Queen b3, rook f8. Uh, so yeah, once again, the most principled way how to react after g4, queen
Queen
b3.
b3. Mm-hmm.
And feels like white is out of danger because they're threatening king h1, rook g1, just
Mhm.
solidifying. Still some tricks. It's still far from being clear because so you need to get into the position, you need to
Yeah.
spend some time.
Yeah, it's
But
very hard to just.
very curious line, but unlikely to happen on the board. But I don't see the other way how to protect the e5 pawn. Maybe it's
Mhm.
not hanging yet. Okay, the other way to protect the pawn is to play rook
Rook
d8.
d8. Mhm.
But then you can simply play queen c3.
I guess we never want to take on c4, right?
No, but probably you know why do we want there? We take on c4 and then we just do the same as we've done in the previous line.
Mhm.
Could it be an idea? I don't know.
Why not?
That's I do like.
Mhm.
That's what I do like for black. At least it looks solid. Black has some visible counterplay on the king side, and it's not that clear how white will follow up.
Mhm.
So this is a line, maybe rook d8 is the
Maybe
move.
that's yeah.
I think in some way this king d7, king c8 idea has to be implemented,
Yeah.
has to appear on the board at some point. So yeah, it's quite juicy,
Yeah.
quite playable.
Very interesting position, and Hikaru is still thinking. I think this is his first long think, or second actually. He spent quite a bit of time on Queen E7 earlier in the game, but
Mhm.
now he's in the tank again. So maybe Rook D8 actually is quite interesting.
Yeah, I would. I would imagine Caruana like calculating all of the stuff connected with bishop c4, queen c4. I mean, like some fourth place, let's say some concrete lines like g4, but like rook d8, queen c3, bishop c4 can bring you shivers
Yeah.
because you can easily blunder it. It's not that obvious. You evacuate the king with a very with less common way, not making castle at once because your rook already moved on move 9, played rook b8, but then
Hmm.
mm, more or less receiving the setup black was aiming for. So that's quite interesting when we can take time waiting for Caruana to move, switching to the
Ding game?
other games.
Yep.
Which one?
So I think we should go back. We should switch to Ding Liren against Nepomniachtchi. We haven't seen that in a little while. When we were there before, we were thinking that it's actually the position that Jan got is quite suiting his style. And we left it after Queen H5 when Black was threatening a checkmate. And we were expecting white to capture the knight on g4, and I'll wait for the board to be up in a second. But Ding Liren did not go for that. He pushed that h-pawn.
Yeah, thanks.
Not to
Well,
h3 though. Don't
yeah. So
worry.
I've almost quit chess.
Almost.
Yeah, almost. So thanks. It's been a mouse slip for Diniren. Probably he's been planning to play h3, which would lead for me quitting
To
chess, but
quitting.
he just placed it on h4, and I'm super happy with it. I do love chess and
Hmm.
making quite. I will never make quite a premature promise like I've done.
I did it once on stream. I said that I was gonna quit chess if I didn't win some blitz game I was playing, and I didn't win it. And after that, I
Oh,
decided, okay, I'll never say this again.
yeah. So we all learn on our mistakes. So
Hmm.
no more brave
Exactly.
promises. Yeah,
Exactly.
just keep calm. So
Exactly.
h4 has been played. That's the move. Bishop f6 instead of knight e3. Wow. So for some reason, Nepomniachtchi decided not to take on e3. I was super curious what will happen if knight e3 pawn takes f5.
Mm-hmm.
So is it an idea? Just to restrict the bishop.
So,
The fact that white has a plenty of good squares in the center, they can put their minor piece, some of the minor pieces on d4, playing queen
mm-hmm.
c2, let's say, or making a check,
Mm-hmm.
preventing from bishop e6 development. King h8 probably, or queen f7. Queen f7 looks quite natural as well.
Mm-hmm.
So somehow we can try to use the position of the white's bishop on g2. So that was the move, but instead, bishop f6, queen c2, knight e3 was played, d takes e3, and he decided to develop his bishop on f5.
It's such a weird pawn structure somehow that white has gotten, no?
Yeah, so it could easily be in a puzzle. So
Yeah,
how the pawn came on e3.
yeah. And we actually had a couple more moves after bishop f5. Ding Liren played knight a4,
Mhm.
and Jan took on b2, and knight takes.
Bishop takes, knight takes.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Earlier, I kind of liked Ding's position, but now I don't know what to think of this. I don't know if I like his pawn structure on the king side.
Neither me. It looks quite solid
Yeah.
for white, but other on the other hand, it turns like it turns out it's simple 3 against 2 on the queen side,
Mm.
and consequently, almost every endgame has to be in a slight favor of black. So let's imagine we just put the queens off the board.
Mm-hmm.
Whom would you pick? I think I would pick black.
I think so too. I mean, this, as you said, a queenside majority, and
We have a temporary problems like with knight on a6. There's a d6 square, which seems to be little bit weak.
mm-hmm.
So yeah, so knight c7 is played, so transferring the knight to d5 for e6.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite logical. I think he's planning to put his knight on d5. In this case, it will never be disturbed by almost any piece. So knight c4, I think it's better to include rook a d8.
Mm-hmm. And if I also go some rook d1,
Yeah, let's say you play rook a d1. Well, still far from being obvious. So I can easily reestimate the reevaluate my the position. Black still has some drawbacks as well. So knight d6 is the
yeah.
threat.
Mm-hmm.
And probably it's a little bit easier to make moves with white because there is no other plans apart from knight c4 and rook d1. So
Mm-hmm.
this is the moves that Ding can make, not spending even a single minute.
Mm-hmm.
So well, it's very controversial. I don't know how to lead. Probably,
It's
yeah. I think I
probably
changed my mind. I will take white.
some, what do they always, I was reading when the commentators don't know, and I thought for me it's so true, when they don't know what's going on, they just say something like dynamic equality.
I never use such kind of a phrase because, by
It
the way, do
doesn't
you know
mean
what
anything.
what 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 does it mean?
No,
What
I don't
does it
know.
mean?
It just
The
sounds
dynamic
good, yeah.
quality.
It sounds good. It means both sides have some play, and I don't know what's going on, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds very intellectual. I would say at
I
least
know. Ding
very
just
very
played,
smart.
actually. He played knight c4.
Hmm. Yeah, so knight jumps are threatening, knight
Yeah,
d6 or knight a5.
yeah.
And Nepomniachtchi has to be ready against it somehow.
Hmm.
So knight e5 or knight d6, how we can protect all of the pawns, let's say e4 and b7. Not a lot, but quite a few.
Yeah.
Rook a d8. Otherwise, I don't see the other sense of the position. Rook a d8, rook a d1. I think your move was great. We can still try knight d5. Yeah, white play rook d4, let's say. There's a little lack of moves, so I don't see the
Yeah.
clear plan. Like the pieces are,
It's not
so
clear where they should go.
you cannot put them better.
Hmm.
So they're on the spots, but white has a clear plan connected with like putting the rook on d1
Hmm.
and try to just to get the knight off the d5 square. Let's say
Yeah.
playing queen b2, a4, and then b5, just pushing the pawn and
Yeah, if
take the knight off the ground.
I mean, if we could get the knight off d5, I guess we would be very, very happy.
Yeah, I think I I didn't expect I would say so, but it seems that Ding Liren against Nepomniachtchi is one of the most boring
Yeah.
games round one.
You know what? Let's go back. Maybe we can switch back to Duda against Rapport because some things have changed there a
Yeah, we
little
need
bit.
some entertainment for sure.
Yeah.
For commentators as well.
I don't know if it's so entertaining, but let's go back. Let's switch back to Duda and Rapport because the queens did come off. So
Okay, let's figure out how it occurred.
okay.
Okay, we're switching to Duda against Rapport.
Mhm.
So
I mean, it's this position where earlier someone in the chat, and remember, we are reading the chat. Uh, so GM Chess Academy was saying winning, and then actually after we analyzed it, they said better position for white leads to a positional win. But yeah, I can't see the win either, and agrees that this is like computers, but looks exciting for sure. And let's see
that's on.
what
Mhm.
updates we had.
So Duda decided to play knight a3,
Mm-hmm.
rook d8, bishop e2. Yeah, that's what I like. But why bishop e2 instead of bishop c4? Don't we have to trade just to swap the pair of light squared bishops? Because if the knight enters the c4 square, it will never be disturbed by any piece, and it will
Yeah.
be quite a solid piece with a lot of active opportunities. So bishop c4, I think, was an alternative,
Oh my
but
God.
okay.
Actually, Daniil, I just had I know we don't use engines. I turned on the engine for 1 second.
Mhm.
There is actually a tactical problem with bishop c4. It doesn't lose, but a move that just
Aha,
equalizes.
so queen a3 might be,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I saw queen a3, but I wasn't like 100% sure because, yeah, bishop takes c4, but how many pieces do we have for the... Ah, sorry, rook takes d1 first, so I've gone
Yeah, rook
crazy.
takes
That's
d1.
the
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Wow, cool stuff.
Yeah.
Queen a3. So Rapport, all the time you play against Rapport, you have
You
to
have to
avoid the
watch
queen
out.
6. Yeah, watch out. Yeah,
Yeah.
keep an eye.
Yeah.
Bishop e2, queen b1. So of course after bishop e2, queen e3 seems to be not working.
Mm-hmm.
Queen d1, rook fd1, just swapping all of the rooks off the board. So bishop d1 was played instead of rook d1. So again, just to entertain you and show you, as we say, do say cooperative mate.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, like in terms of logic, black wants to castle. They want to put the king on safety. Of course, we should admit that f6 is more logical. Also, bishop a2 is an alternative. But if black plays knight c8,
Mm-hmm.
there is the back rank mate rook
Yeah.
d8.
That would be a
So
big
yeah,
problem.
Yeah, watch out. Okay, so bishop d1. Obviously, after rook d1, black had a bunch of moves. Bishop a2 or f6. I think f6 first, just
Mm-hmm.
to kick out the bishop
Bishop.
from
Mm-hmm.
g5. Yeah, it's quite logical. So bishop d1 was played instead. King d7 again. Like that's a common rule in the endgames that usually in endgames where is no um, certain mating threats, king is placed better in the center because
Mm-hmm.
when the pieces go off the board, your king has to be closer to the center of the board, to the action. So king d7.
And let's talk for 1 second about this endgame while Duda is thinking. What is clear is white has the better pawn structure on the queen side.
Yep, that's correct.
And apart from that, does white have any other advantages in this position?
Well, like the black has a temporary problem with the knight on e7 because it's you would easily, so any other square of the board the knight would be placed in would be much better for them
Mm-hmm.
because now it is totally restricted. Maybe f6 could be the next move for
Mm-hmm.
black. Let's say if black puts their knight on b6, I don't think they're like in a big risk because they
Mm-hmm.
taken the control of the c4 square, which is quite important. And now white has to prove the essence of the knight a3 move. So they need to put, Duda needs to put it on c4 somehow. And I'm considering bishop b3 as a move.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Otherwise, it's just nonsense. I mean,
Mm-hmm. Okay. And if I take,
yeah, so if you take on b3, I take with the pawn, and maybe I'm just in time to put my knight on c4 because if rook b8, I play knight c4, and then uh,
yeah,
a7 pawn is hanging, and also rook d1 is a very serious threat.
yeah.
So
Okay.
let's say if rook b7, rook
Mm-hmm.
d1 is killing immediately because after king e6, there is a cute mate on d6.
Mm-hmm. That's very cute.
Yeah, you would rarely see the checkmate in the endgame, but here we go.
So maybe I shouldn't take, you're saying?
You can keep the tension playing. Oh no, can you? Playing rook b8 first? Mm, then I do check on d1,
Mm-hmm.
and so again you have an only move king e8, and just look at this wonderful position for white and just an awful pawn structure for black.
Yeah.
So this is the position of dreams.
Would you say that this is almost winning?
Okay, I would suggest this is just absolutely winning
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
because yeah, you cannot even play knight c8 and transfer it to b6 because I'll just pin you playing rook d
Mm-hmm.
first, and
Yeah.
then b3 I have like a lot of moves. So rook b8 is not working as well. But bishop b3, that's the move I do like. But bishop e2 was played
E2
instead.
was played.
Well, I'm very curious what does the engine says. Well, I cannot believe bishop b3 was not calculated by Duda. So there might be a strong reason against the
Yeah.
bishop b3 move. So what is the reason? So f6 doesn't work because of rook d1 intermediate, and then we take on e6. So we just take the whole piece.
I mean, I can tell you, I had a quick look that there was nothing wrong with bishop b3.
So was it a better move than bishop e2, by the way?
Slightly, okay, this engine is not so strong, but slightly better apparently.
Hmm. So my point was just to make a check. So what the direct threat is to check on d1 and take on e6 and just to destroy the pawn structure.
But if I think this also tells you, I see the evaluation and now it's just very slightly better for
Uh-huh.
white. It also tells you how unhuman this earlier evaluation of +2 is, because I think, okay, maybe for a computer it's +2, but you just have to play the best moves all the
All the
time.
time.
And if
Yeah.
you just play one or two human moves, like there is no clear mistake that Duda made or something like this,
Hmm.
and suddenly the evaluation can go down so much. And so I think it's one of the reasons why looking at the evaluation too much can be a bit dangerous. Especially if a chess amateur at home following it, sometimes they get the impression, oh, this guy was +2 and couldn't win, while that is absolutely
Yeah.
not the case.
And it's very philosophical because in the computers era, there's a lot of players who just strictly follow their own home
Mm,
prep, home analysis. But if we just move back to 90s or early zeros, like whom been dominating on the board, like Kasparov, who was famous for playing openings like King's Indian,
mm-hmm,
Grunfeld defense, a lot of Najdorf, a lot of sharp lines. But now, when the computer era, when everything becomes very very clear with the help of the iron,
mm-hmm,
a lot of openings like King's Indian are just went in the shadows of the modern
exactly.
repertoire. So
Yeah.
now, according to the reaction after bishop e2, I I may guess that after bishop b3, knight c8 would have been played as well, because after rook d1, it's not that clear how do we proceed after knight d6. And
Yeah.
basically, it can be all the
Mhm.
same. So maybe we just go bishop e3 or bishop d2. I don't know, maybe bishop e3 is more natural. So, or f4 is the move. Could it be?
Wow, f4 is an interesting move. I would always be concerned about the pawn on b2 somehow, but maybe tactically it's all
Maybe, but
working, no?
maybe there is no direct threat even after
Yeah,
a4, because if we take, they take with the bishop, still the knight is protected.
yeah.
Okay, so that's fair enough. Maybe there has been a reason behind why bishop b3 wasn't played.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop e2 was played instead. Knight c8 is the position on the board. So once again, what is the difference? So like like how we do say that people would laugh at you if you don't make a direct check.
Mm-hmm.
So when
Well,
we have that,
yeah,
yeah,
rook d1 played. Whenever I play a move like that, I just say Patzer sees a check, Patzer gives a check, but
yeah. So literally it's just the same. Yeah, yeah. So let's make some putts moves. So 96.
knight d6, and finally, do you want to jump into c4, or you're worried that I will just take you?
Well, it depends on by what. So knight c4 or bishop c4.
I was thinking knight c4, but I was also thinking that probably I will just take it then.
Why I don't really consider knight c4 as the move for the advantage because of bishop c4,
Mm-hmm.
bishop c4, and simple king c7. So
Mm-hmm.
in this case, we need to retreat on d3 because e4 hanging as well.
By the way, speaking of king c7, Rapport very quickly decided not to go to block the check with knight d6, but he went king c7 immediately. Players are
Yeah.
playing very fast now, and Jan-Krzystof immediately answers with bishop c4.
Hmm. So that's the point.
Mm.
After knight b6, he maybe bishop e3 was bothering him because a7 is hanging, and also bishop c5 could be a potential threat.
Yeah.
At least it's not that clear.
Actually,
Human-wise, king c7 looks more natural.
that's for sure. But after bishop c4, actually, this endgame still looks very pleasant for white, no?
True, true.
Like
So now
nothing like winning, but pleasant at least.
he almost forces black to take on c4.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like knight d6 can be played, but then bishop takes c6, I think,
Mm.
was the plan. And we we basically make any kind of move like f3.
Hmm.
Black can try knight b5 just to put the knight on d4.
Yeah, still, I mean, if you get to d4, that will be, I guess, something.
Yeah, it won't be losing by force for
Yeah,
sure. Still, even after knight c4, knight d4, I think mm, white is the only side who is trying
seven.
to play,
Yeah.
because you have an interesting plan. Let's say playing king f1
Hmm.
and then transferring your bishop to g3, attacking the
Hmm.
e5 pawn, and it can easily turn out to be quite unpleasant for black.
Yeah, I think we're in for a long grinding game here. So I think this gives us the time to take another short break. All four games are still ongoing. Plenty of action everywhere. So we'll come back. We'll come back to this all the first round games in just 10 minutes. Before we go on the break, I want to remind you all that you still have some time to register to the FIDE Online Arena. This is the platform where you can earn official online titles recognized by FIDE. So really a nice opportunity. And to join this pro community with 20% off, you can use the promo code candidates 2022. You can find the link in the description under our YouTube video, and also the promo code, and become a member of the FIDE Online Arena. So don't miss that chance. And we'll be back in just 10 minutes. So we'll see you very soon. Hello and welcome back to this first round of the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2022. Daniil, it's the first round and I was completely wrong. I was expecting a quiet day, but we have a lot of fighting chess in every single game. Before we jump back into the action, we just want to remind you watching us at home once again that you too can get involved and play some chess. Daniil, how can they do it?
Well, basically the easiest way how to play chess just being at home is to enter the FIDE Online Arena using the promo candidates 2022. The link is in the description just below the video. Just play chess and there's money prizes in the tournament, so enjoy and win prizes.
Good luck. Remember, you can find the promo codes, all the description, as Daniil said, under the video. And we are going to jump back into the chess. And I think, Daniil, that we're going to start with the game between Radjabov and Firouzja.
Yeah, that's in my point of view, the most entertaining game of the day. But well, all of them are quite
Mm-hmm.
entertaining. So we have a very hot day in Madrid. We
Mm-hmm.
have very hot games
On the board and off the board,
on
yeah.
yeah, on the board, off the board. Yeah, so absolutely no air conditioning.
Mm-hmm.
So well, it just means that everything is heating up and is about to explode.
Mm-hmm. So
So
let's
this is the
see. We
current
left it
position.
off after this very interesting prep from Alireza, who gave up the rook on b2. Maybe we can come back and show that.
Hmm. So I think that was the exchange sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Rook b2, queen b2, bishop c4 there. We've been briefly analyzing all of the rook moves
Mm-hmm.
and also some attempts to give the exchange back, but uh, it seems that Radjabov decided to play the most concrete line. So knight rook c1, bishop d5. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the question. The point being, so now I've got it. Now knight d3 is not a good move because I think the knight is trapped. So we take on c4. Uh, Black is forced to take on a3. Otherwise, there is just no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, also there is a queen d5 move, but I don't believe Black do equalize there after just taking on d5.
Mm-hmm.
E takes d5 and simple knight c3. I think White is pushing a little bit in the
Yeah.
endgame because of the weakness of the pawns. So that's how I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop d5 was very logical alternative, just keeping White being an exchange up, but with all spoiled um, squares in the center, and there was a pair of strong bishops.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop d5, rook e1 was played. Once again, it's bad to retreat on c3 or either to g3 because Black will just take on f3, and once again, even there is a very juicy tactical blow, bishop e3. This is a low blow.
Yeah.
White cannot blunder it.
And here it's actually very interesting. Rook e1 seems to be the very first move which took Alireza out of his prep. I mean, until here, he had
Mhm,
blitzed out everything, and Rook e1 sent him into the tank for 21 minutes.
mhm.
And the move he came
But
up with was Queen a8.
yeah, which is also quite logical. But what was the point? I mean, like what he's being expecting. So Queen c2 could be Queen c2.
So Queen
So
c2
my
makes
my
sense.
only the only trick that I've calculated was after bishop a3 there might be some knight jump to g5, but I'm not sure. Still, I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
So let's see. Knight
Knight eg5
g5.
probably.
Threatening mate on h7. So
G6, I
g6.
think is the only one.
Okay, do I have to move the rook now? Probably.
Probably. And you have plenty of options there. So you can try rook b1 or rook a1. So I think I would rather choose rook b1 because at rook a1 we're giving a tempo, playing rook bishop b4 and then a5.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
rook
so rook
b1
b1.
probably. Yeah, and if h6, white play knight e4, and they're just much better because they have an f6 square, which is very, very weak. And if not h6, what else black can choose? It feels like might be some tactical blow in the air because of the knight on
Yeah.
f4 and a
Yeah.
pair of bishops. But I don't see anything concrete.
Yeah, the position looks very nice, but it's hard to find
Nothing,
something
nothing, nothing
concrete.
concrete. Maybe
Yeah.
queen e8 still. I would consider this move.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to take the control of e4
Mm-hmm.
square, and now I'm trying to play h6. Let's say if queen c7, h6 is quite considerable, but I'm not sure if knight f7 is working.
Okay, it's
This
getting
is
really
quite
messy.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it becomes very messy. Let's say rook f7, rook b8, and I can even play bishop f8, I think. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
because after queen f7, king f7, the queen is protected and we just take the full rook on a8, and well, probably still it's more or less drawish, but after rook a2, like after bishop f3, black is totally out of danger.
Mm.
We should admit it.
Yeah.
Well,
Interesting
the position is
lines.
very messy. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, Teimour, I don't know. I wonder, he must have, because he played Rookie 1 quite fast, so probably didn't look at all of this, but Rookie 1,
He rarely opts for very
yeah.
co- uh, complex moves.
Mm-hmm.
He tries to choose the easiest one.
Mm-hmm. Which
Yeah,
also,
because the queen c2
especially
is
here,
quite
makes
complicated.
sense because there's not so much time left for Teimour. He only has 39 minutes left on the clock and only halfway to move 40.
Yeah. So we can call it as a little time trouble.
Yeah, already, yeah. I mean, and Alireza is slowly catching up, only 51 minutes. Somehow this 20-minute thing makes such a big difference. And
Hmm.
Alireza is thinking, oh my God, that's why he's been thinking for half an hour actually already after Queen C2.
Hmm. So
Wow.
queen c2. Probably it could have been a transposition. No, but queen c2, if queen a8, so
Mm-hmm.
that's what I'm trying to tell. That now knight eg5. And it looks like we've gained a little bit. No, did we?
Did we? I don't know.
Once again, let's say if
G6?
g6, do we have anything more useful than rook e1?
Must be, yeah, but what is it?
Because I think the main threat for black is not even h6, is, let's say, if rook e1, there is a knight g2 move, which seems to be very, very
Ah,
unpleasant, or
wow.
bishop g5 first. So
Mm-hmm.
we can choose.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I've been trying to provoke black to take on a3. But nevertheless, they could have tried queen e8 over there. So that was the position, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm. Okay, so queen e8 was an option. But this is the line. If queen e8, queen c2 is on the board, and Alireza takes his time.
He's really taking a lot of time. I guess one of the things he must be thinking about is can he capture the pawn on a3?
Yeah, basically, does he need to? I do see nothing wrong with bishop e3,
Mm-hmm.
in my point of view. So
So what can white again try this knight g5 or
So this position for white looks so shaky. I mean, their
yeah.
only active idea is to play knight eg5,
Mm,
but it's quite easy to blunder anything. Let's say if rook e3, once again I can go crazy
mm-hmm.
trying to calculate bishop c1. So I'm trying to get rid of the protection of the knight on e4. Let's say if white has to take.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe there is some nice intermediate knight f6 trying to disrupt the pawn structure. So this could be the line as well. Still, it's quite unclear. It's so unclear. Black can play king h8, then rook g8.
Use the G
It's white
file.
playable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe it's easier to play with black pieces, no matter what is the evolution is.
Very, very messy stuff.
Yeah.
So it's not so surprising actually that Alireza is taking a lot of time here, because taking on a3, I think you have to be really sure, yeah, that you're not.
Well, nothing is hanging
Um,
in the air, so bishop a3, yeah, why not to take a full pawn?
yeah.
And Alireza is so good in this kind of concrete position, so he he plays like a machine, so he can calculate.
Do
Not,
you think he will take the pawn?
I don't see any reason behind it. Why
Mm-hmm.
not to take it? So bishop e3. So let's say if not bishop e3, then what? Do they have any other active opportunities? Because bishop e3 is not only taking the pawn, it creates the threat of bishop b4. So there's at least two pros
Yeah.
for the bishop a3 capture.
I think we'll come back to this game once Alireza made up his mind. For now, I was going to suggest actually to switch back to Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura, because Hikaru has eventually castled kingside, so maybe we can go there.
Yeah, so I'm just switching the board.
Mm-hmm. And all of the, actually, I quickly clicked through all the games. I think, especially the first day, the players, I think, spent even more time, because it's the first day. A lot of them have maybe not played, classical chess for a while. You want to make super sure that you're not blundering anything. So I think it's always normal that the first day there are just some extra nerves, and it's normal to spend some extra time. I think we'll get some time trouble in almost all the games. Almost all the games are only around move 20, and only 1 hour 20 to go until the first time control. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
once again, I just need to take a little bit of time because there is a little mess on the board because I mean, on my
Hmm.
computer.
No problem at all. So this game, in a second, we'll get to the game between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, the American clash, which really has kept all its promises. Fabiano clearly trying to push for a win with the white pieces, and Hikaru clearly ready for a fight today. And I think you have the line now, so we can bring back the board and catch up with the moves we missed.
So I see that we've been good, very good in predicting today, but one of the things that we've predicted wrongly is the side where Nakamura will
I know.
put his king on. So he decided to castle short, despite the fact that his king's position on the king side was a little bit
Hmm.
exposed. The pawns being on g5 and h5 already. So this is the current position as far as I can get. So
Hmm.
rook a d1, the last move, and maybe white is slightly pushing because of the a little exposure of black's king and the potential d6 weakness. But uh, mm, on contrary, black has a counterplay connected with pushing d6, d5.
Hmm.
That's what I can see.
So,
So we can give
mhm.
a look how we came to this position.
Okay, so we left here. Did really just
Hmm?
yeah.
He just took on d6. That was
Yeah.
a bit surprising. So after queen c3, uh, our our thought was that black can take on c4 and play king d7 for all of a sudden. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
there has been another reason behind it as well. Let's say maybe they can castle short as well.
Wow.
Because I don't know. Mm, no, I'm not sure if they can. My first idea was after knight e5 was somehow to play queen g7. No, but it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work for sure. And then
Why
king knight d6 is hanging.
not?
Yeah, because at least after queen g7, black and white can take on d6.
Mm-hmm.
So we take with a pawn, and
Just go back.
white can
Mm-hmm.
secure an extra pawn playing knight d3 or knight f3. Still a little compensation, but not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So queen c3, probably bishop c4, queen c4, king d7. Nevertheless, although knight d6 was played, cdx d6, queen e3, g4, knight d2, quite more or less logical stuff because the pawn was hanging. a6, another pawn was hanging, he protects it. So Hikaru likes to protect all these pawns. I I may recall young Hikaru, and one of his favorite, like one of my favorite games was Hikaru playing the former legend, so the former strong Soviet Grandmaster and I think the candidate against Hikaru in Amsterdam in 2009, and it's been literally
Who
blowout.
was
So
the opponent?
I think Alexander Bilyavsky,
Okay. Mm-hmm.
and it's been a game between Bilyavsky and Nakamura in some Amsterdam tournament,
Mm-hmm.
and it was one of it's my still it's one of the like favorite games. So
Mm-hmm.
I may recall Hikaru beating Wesley Soin King's Indian playing a Alekhine defense. So young Hikaru was a player whose style of play I liked a lot.
Yeah,
But
he's such an exciting player.
now he became more or less solid. So now we have another hero, so I would
Do
say,
you
but
think
still.
it's also a bit of the influence of the computers that it's just not so easy to play so sharp anymore?
Yes, but I think he's still one of the best in terms of tactics, in terms of
Mm-hmm.
calculations. So maybe he gained a little bit of wisdom and just
Mm-hmm.
tries to narrow up all the
Yeah.
risk on the board.
By the way, we were talking in the position you were talking about the potential of a d5 push, and Hikaru just went for it right away.
So now yeah, after d5 we can see, yeah, young,
Young
good,
Hikaru.
yeah, good, old, and young at the same time, Hikaru.
Okay, so let's try and figure out what's happening after d5 because things are getting really sharp here.
So basically, can we allow d4 move?
Okay, so let's see.
S-
What move are you thinking to allow?
Okay, rook f8 is
Mm-hmm.
the first thing that comes to my mind.
Mm-hmm.
So probably black has to take with the rook. Then what do we do? Then maybe we take on d5.
Mm-hmm.
This is very forced. Probably you take with the pawn.
Pawn, I guess.
Otherwise, we just have a
Yeah.
much better pawn structure. And we play rook e1. That was my first thoughts of the position. So I'm threatening queen takes e5. Rook f5 looks a little bit shaky.
Mm-hmm. And if I
But
go e4?
and if e4, I thought I can uh, explode everything playing c4.
Mm-hmm.
That was my idea over there.
It's really hard for me to keep things together.
Yeah, so once again, so according to the well-known method of calculating just evaluating the positions, that's the book written by Josef Dorfman. So the first thing that we should take into account is the king's position. So if the king is not in safety, mm, The other problems seem to be just a drop in the bucket. But if your king is exposed, you should do everything to secure it. So um,
It's
therefore,
great advice. By the way, we had a move. Fabiano didn't take on f8. He
he
took on
took on a d5
d5.
first.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
maybe
I
it can
guess
be
it could
transposition.
still, yeah.
Yeah, c takes d5 has to be played. I don't see anything else,
Hmm.
and it's been played already. And rook f8 is maybe the most principled. Maybe he's been calculating rook e1, but after rook e1, I can't get the point. So if rook f5, aha, so that's the point. Now white has an alternative. They can put their knight on e4, either on c4. So that's the point. So now after rook e1, black is almost forced to play e4, do they?
Yeah, I don't see another way.
Because once again, rook f5, knight c4 looks very, very unpleasant. Or knight e4, sorry. Like the knight goes to g3,
Yeah,
white have very, very active pieces. And
yeah, this knight is very annoying under pressure on the central pawns. It's a lot.
yeah, you can try d4 still.
Hmm.
I just retreat on d2 or
Two.
e2 and then play knight g3, very
Hmm.
next move. It seems to be white is pushing.
Yeah, this knight. And also, I mean, what you were saying about the king, like basically the black king will never really be safe, right?
Yeah, we'll never. So black's main idea is to trade the queens somehow.
Oh, Fabiano has gone rook
Rook g1.
d1.
Yeah, that's what I'm a little bit surprised with.
By the way, we don't need to go back there now. I just want to let you know and let our viewers know that after thinking for 37 minutes, Alireza just took on a3.
Hmm.
Okay, and
Well,
here, a long think.
yeah, it's a long thing. So, but it's a habit of this kind of players like Grishuk because sometimes uh, it feels like he's just spoiling, wasting his time f- for thinking about nothing, but he makes a bunch connection of moves instantly. So he just takes a little bit of time, calculates
A
everything,
little
and
bit
then
of time.
yeah, just a little bit of time. Yeah, we can say it's a little bit too much.
I like it. You put it very nicely. Actually, just about this topic about Alireza's time management, I was surprised. I wasn't surprised that he didn't play so much online because Alireza, I mean, he was such a monster in online blitz and online bullet. He was playing so many games and he just stopped completely. Like, it's not like he was thinking clearly, oh, let me play less, but he just disappeared, right? Didn't
Yeah,
play.
but and it's very curious because Alireza is a type of player who's been built on playing
Mm-hmm.
this online tournaments, online blitz. I think more or less like Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah.
So they're very similar in terms of approach, how you develop your chess skills. So just
Yeah.
playing lots of blitz games, probably analyzing them. Also, I do know that Nihal Sarin is well known for playing a lot of blitz, and
Mm-hmm.
then his approach is to analyze all of his bits and even bullet games,
Wow.
which
Incredible.
seems, on the first sight, which seems to
Yeah.
be a little bit crazy because there is no reason behind for analyzing the bullet games because like it has to be a blunder on every move. But like I played against Nihal a few games with a time control like 10 seconds plus 1 second increment. I think I didn't take even a half of
Oh
point
my
out of four
God.
games. So he just killed. He's
Yeah, he's
insanely
very good.
strong.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
insanely strong. Okay, so back to this interesting moment here. Rook d2 e1. My first question is, what if I take on f1? I guess you'll take with the knight, yeah?
Yeah, I think we have to keep the tension on e5 pawn.
Mhm.
But that makes me a little bit puzzled because I think even black could receive the same position after playing rook f1. So what was the purpose of? It's like after, uh, okay, after rook f1, it at least gives some choice.
Mhm.
Maybe, yeah, maybe there's. I'm just talking nonsense. Okay. Anyway, e takes e5, c takes e5, rook d e1, which is a little bit puzzling us. Rook f1, fair point. I don't see nothing against the move.
Yeah.
So knight f1. Otherwise, after rook f1, we just lost the tempo.
Yeah. Maybe I'm just helping you if I take on f1, no?
You mean like we're
If as black,
anyway,
maybe we
our plan
shouldn't.
was to put the knight on
Yeah.
g3, maybe.
So let's go back actually just one move.
But you know, it still remains quite complicated because e4, the move I didn't want to make
Mhm.
in any kind of position, any sort of position, probably because of c4. Because after knight g3, I thought I can try queen e5,
Yeah.
and maybe I'm not getting mated because rook f8, and some I'm more or less active.
Yeah. Yeah, suddenly this queen found a nice square there.
Knight f1, you know what? I think it's not easy to keep all the pawns on the queen side for all of a sudden. I do play rook c8, so more or less in terms of the principal line forcing you to take on
Mhm.
e5.
Mhm.
So you do take twice. We play king f7. So I thought, okay, maybe queen f7, king f7 is not that precise.
Because of?
So my idea was to press on c2 pawn as far as we can. Rook e2 I didn't like,
Mhm.
and after bishop f5 maybe you're just on time to protect everything, and then knight e3 is coming,
Mhm.
and then maybe after rook e5 there is bishop f7. So my idea is quite simple. I'm trying to trade as many pawns as
It's
we can.
possible, yeah.
So I don't know what does the computer say. So maybe knight e3 is. It can be that this move is just winning. I don't know.
And the idea to go to c4 after,
Maybe I'll just
or
take on
just take
g4.
on c4, yeah.
It's
Mhm.
it's it's very complicated, I don't know, but I think white is pushing.
Yeah. Yeah, I like your idea a lot of just trying to liquidate, but then it feels like there are just still too many pawns still to achieve what we want.
Probably. Anyway, Hikaru takes his time. I don't know what is the time situation.
So Hikaru
So
has 31 minutes now, and Fabiano has almost 39. But 15 moves to make still. That means Hikaru has on average 2 minutes per move, and it can go very fast. Right now, it still feels like, oh, it's enough time, but I think Daniil, you and I, we've both been there. Suddenly, the time just it feels like the minutes
disappears.
are going faster than usual.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You became more nervous just every time. Uh, every time try to look at the clock, not
Yeah.
in order not to forget about it.
Okay, so maybe we can come back here in a little bit. I think Hikaru might take some time, but a game that has changed a lot is Ding Liren against Nepomniachtchi. So maybe we can switch to those guys and have a look at what's been
Yeah.
happening,
So let's switch over there.
because it looks like Jan is starting to completely take the upper hand there. So this game, I mean, it was Jan, right? That you said that won the in the last candidates tournament that won the first round with black
Yeah, I
against
think
Giri.
so. Against Gary
Do
and
you think he's gonna
English.
repeat this?
Well,
Let's
up to
see.
now,
Well, let's update the position first.
yeah, yeah, I think I've got it. So that were the moves: knight g5, rook g4. Actually, the same plan that we've proposed.
Hmm.
h6. Mm, well, a move, a normal one. Move is a move. Queen d2,
Hmm.
rook a8, king h2. I'm very puzzled because I see a plenty of tactical ideas for both sides, but I'm completely sure that both of players have calculated them in a way proper way instead of me.
Well,
And
they
now
have
I
way
got
more
the,
time, right? They only need to focus on one game, not four games.
I got the point of king h2. It's quite provocative because the first thing that comes to my mind, it looks like it's not even a blunder. It's like white made a step towards the death, like playing
Hmm.
king h2 because g5 looks like it's killing. But then probably I've got the idea. So he tries to provoke you to play g5, and for all of a sudden he plays rook h1.
Hmm.
And it turns out that this king h2, rook h1, and g5 moves inclusion is not in the favor of black because they still have a lot of weaknesses,
Hmm.
and their king, black's king, can be potentially weak. So let's say if
Black takes.
black plays, okay, black takes, we just play king g1, and I think like as at the poker proverb, there's
Hmm.
just a free roll. So we just take on h4. e4 is a weakness. We have much better pawn structure. Like no doubts. White is pushing.
This actually, it looks nice, but since the position is so crazy, I cheated here for a second and turned on the engine. And what you're
Hmm.
saying is completely correct, except for one problem. After king g1, black has only one strong move, and I'm still trying to understand why h3 is very strong.
Maybe black is on time to create some certain some concrete threats. So h3 over there, right?
Yeah.
That's what I've actually blundered. So now I've got the point. So black is planning to play something like rook
But maybe the
g6
players also missed it because g5
and
was
then
actually
b5
g5 was
and this
actually
one.
strong.
But what was the move? So g5 was the most principal line at least, but
Yeah.
computer's suggestion is also
But
g5, right?
yeah, the computer is g5, but bishop g4 is also like the second strongest. But g5.
Uh,
But so I think it could very well be that they missed the same thing, this h3, because if not h3, white is doing very well.
hmm Yeah, that's obvious that that was a very principal line. So bishop g4 and then knight a5 was played. Still hard to evaluate this position. It
Yeah,
feels like it's a little bit easier for white to play because
yeah.
they're just attacking the pawns, trying to create some weaknesses, and black is trying to hold them somehow. So rook f6 was played,
By the way, g5
probably.
again was apparently even stronger now because
Wow,
I guess I don't know why is it even stronger?
let's give a look.
Because if the same
I
line,
think no doubt rook h1 has to be played,
yeah.
otherwise white is under the mating attack. Rook h1, we take on h4. It
Okay, no,
has to
actually
be
it's
on this.
very similar to the other line.
H3.
Actually, yeah.
So what is the threat
Okay,
if white takes on b7?
g7. The threat is okay. This is also. I mean, I don't even. I see the engine moves, but queen f5 is the
And
only
rook
move,
f6
but
probably. Uh-huh.
completely winning.
And then rook f6.
And rook, yeah,
Well, so white has to retreat on f1, otherwise they're just pieced
yeah.
down.
So
And then we probably just play something simple like rook f6,
rook f6, or
rook
start with
h2.
queen f5 also. Even the computer is even saying just rook 8 to e7 is also very strong. I guess you just defend the pawn and you keep all these threats alive. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I know, sorry. But how did we take on h3 already? Oh. I thought you
I think
meant
that was
bishop
one.
f1 instead of knight b7.
Hmm.
Yeah, knight b7 is just losing to queen f5, so white
Uh-huh.
would have to go bishop f1 here.
Queen f5
And here,
still, I
yeah,
think.
queen f5, or this move you suggested, rook f6 also, or rook e7, just defending the
Just
pawn.
keep.
Yeah.
just keep it right. So I mean, like, what is the plan? I think the plan is quite obvious. Let's say we play queen f5, white plays rook h2. It looks like a little fortress, but how we can make a breakthrough? So probably one of the ideas is just to protect all the pawns first,
Yeah.
and then try to push the h pawn.
I like this. Yeah, I think that's correct. Just using this h pawn. Even in fact, you can just go h5 immediately, and apparently it's
Hmm.
more or less crushing.
Yeah, okay, h5. It's very, very strong, but we have to know the certain
Yeah,
evaluation after knight b7.
yeah,
So I would prefer rook a7, I think. It's
yeah.
more
I think it's way more
human-wise.
human. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, knight e5, rook f6. So twice in a row he could have played g5, but yeah, Nepomniachtchi failed to.
But now after
Well,
king g1, now he goes g5. Yeah,
but
and
what is the difference now? Uh-huh. I can't say it looks more pleasant, that it
yeah.
looks in white's favor, because in this case, let's say if we swap the pair of pawns,
Mm-hmm.
white is under the direct mating attack
Yeah,
after rook h6.
yeah.
So after g5, probably there might be some other move.
Actually, there is only one move, and then I'll turn off the engine again because I know it's not so fun. I was just trying to shed some light because this position is so complicated. The
Could it
only
be rook
move, and
g5?
it's b5. Like, it's like,
Uh-huh.
how can you find?
Well, in order that we've looked through some uh, s- concrete lines, and
Mhm.
we've summed up that white all the time have almost the only moves. We
Mhm.
can suggest that this position is in favor of black. It's
Yeah.
because black has plenty of opportunities how to
Also,
follow up their attack.
black has 40 minutes. White has only 20 minutes. And we're only on move 25. To play 15 moves here with 20 minutes on the clock is very, very tough.
Well, b5, what do we do there? We take on h4. It looks very principled.
Yeah.
Pawn takes c6, we play
Yeah.
h3, I think. Do we?
Mm,
Not really.
no, but d5 is hanging here.
D5 is hanging,
Yeah.
sorry. So we can take on g3, but I was a little bit confused what was taking on g3 simple.
Yeah, so there's two moves, taking on g3, as you're saying, or bishop e6. But I mean, it feels like taking on g3 is more principled, right? To
Yeah.
continue.
And well, as a human being, I think it's a little bit easier to play with white pieces.
With white
I mean,
pieces.
this particular
Mm,
position, because I don't see the certain way how to
mm.
create something on the king side. Because let's say if we take on c6 all the time, we should keep in mind of knight c6.
Yeah, and again, this knight on
Yeah,
d5.
it's very messy.
I mean,
I'm
the
sure.
computer is saying after f takes g3, queen e5, but it's also, once again, it's hard for me to understand, like, will it really detect? Ah, but the point is after queen e5, the rook on a1 is undefended.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. So you cannot take on
yeah.
d5 because of queen e1. Yeah, at least, but
Okay,
yeah,
so you
queen
kind
e1
of
is the
win a
strongest.
temper, right? On,
Yeah, actually, I didn't see queen e1, so I've only calculated queen
yeah,
g3 move. So you gave me a hint.
yeah.
So queen g3, rook f1, probably it's all right
Mm-hmm.
for white, just a piece up. But queen
Yeah,
a1 is much stronger, no doubts.
yeah. So really, really
So
messy.
still, if it is, I don't know if it is zeros.
It's a bit
What?
better for black, but knight c4, white has to play now, and queen takes g3,
Yeah, that's kind of I can understand.
and queen e1, the only move, I think, to defend
Yeah,
f2. And okay, now the computer says just trade queens and take on c6 and extra fun, yeah? Or
Yeah,
what's
I think
going on?
in this position, black has a very good, a decent chance
e4 is
to
hanging,
open the
but
score.
yeah.
Okay, even if you take on e4, it looks like black almost have two extra pawns because e's are doubled.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jan is certainly.
And also, I think this b5 is just not obvious at all in the current position to even find it. So I think, yeah, I think Jan and especially, I think what you were saying earlier, it's just the kind of position that he really likes. You know, he likes to play fast. His opponent has not so much time. I think as long as he doesn't rush, he has very good chances.
Mm-hmm. So at least he needs to have a counterplay. So it's much better than to suffer in a
Yeah,
slightly worse position in
yeah,
Petrov defense. What he did during the World Championship match.
for sure.
So after g5, white take their time, and we are waiting for
Mm.
the reaction.
Okay, maybe we can take this time to go back and switch to Radjabov against Firouzja, just
Yeah, let's do it.
to see what happened there after Ali Reza decided to take the pawn on a3.
Hmm. Yeah, we're switching to Radjabov against Firouzja. Sorry. Yeah.
So let's see. We left this position off while Ali Reza was thinking. He ended up spending 37 minutes on deciding whether he wanted to take the pawn on a3 or not. And after 37 long minutes, as Daniil predicted, he decided to capture on a3.
So let's give a look. What is the current position? Aha, now I got it. So this is the current position on the board.
Mm-hmm.
After bishop a3, once again knight f g5 was played. So white is threatening to take on h7 or play even stronger, knight f6 check. So I have to show it to you. So
Mm-hmm.
let's say if bishop b4, knight f6, and white is mating.
That's very cute. Very nice tactic.
Yeah, this pattern is well known, and
Mm.
no doubt that Ali Reza will protect against it somehow. So knight g6 was played. At least, um, despite the fact that material-wise black has a full compensation for the exchange, or at least almost full compensation, uh, Radjabov forced Alireza to retreat with knight, so
Yeah,
it's not in the spirit of Alireza to put your
pieces back.
pieces back. Yeah, so
Yeah,
knight g6, h4. I know probably some initiative. I don't know what's going on.
yeah,
So the,
this is also has really come to life. I mean, I think in the beginning there was so much of just theoretical battle here. And I think now, okay, that part of the game is over. Ali Reza grabbed a pawn. And the question is, how scared do we have to be here as black about the white attack?
miss, we should admit that Radjabov took 30 minutes of time playing h4,
Mm-hmm.
which seems to me a little bit long
Mm-hmm.
because h4 is a very mm, it's a pattern, so there is no other way how you attack against the g6 knight, so h4 is it's quite logical. So probably he's been calculating some long lines like bishop b4,
Mm-hmm.
which seems to be very principled, h5, Yeah, and if we take on d2, there is knight d2, and
Mm-hmm.
it's not clear how to protect the h7 pawn, so knight cannot retreat.
Yeah.
Black can try something like h6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we take on f7 first.
What a mess.
Yeah, what a mess. And then knight f4 is a move as well, so that's I don't have the conclusion for this line. So bishop b4, once again h5 is the most principled. Bishop d2, maybe I've blundered something over there. Oh, wow, did I?
What?
If we start with h takes g6,
Okay.
so you do play bishop e1.
Yeah.
I'm very curious if I don't have anything like connected with knight f6.
Okay, knight f6. I
Yeah,
guess
knight
I have
f6
to
g takes.
take.
Yeah, that's the only one. But maybe you have this one as well. This is such so funny.
King h8. Wow.
Yeah, but then I take with the pawn. Looks scary at least.
Yeah. But
Okay,
also,
so
wait,
you
is there
take.
also some knight? If knight f7,
Maybe knight f7 is also good. Yeah, because it's forced. You're right.
then
Take
you
take,
have
but
to
then we take
take.
on f6. Uh-huh.
And then what?
Then king g7 comes. That's the
Yeah.
problem. Yeah, well, we can take on f6, but
Yeah.
it's not like we're really trying to win this one.
Yeah.
So I think still, yeah, if king h8, I think g takes f7 is just almost killing, like intuitively.
Mm-hmm.
So knight f6, g takes f6. If there any,
Is
if there
there?
is anything forced,
Because we're really running out of pieces now, so we better have something, right?
yeah. So we have g takes. Do have g takes f7, rook
Mm-hmm.
f7, but then the problem that if we take with the knight, black is not obliged to take on f7. I've calculated it after king f7, queen h7, king retreats. We have e takes of 6, and probably we are winning. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
like we white.
Mm-hmm.
But black is not obliged to take on f7. So
Mm-hmm.
now the attack, white's attack is stuck a little bit. So bishop d2h take g6 is too ambitious, and maybe there is nothing behind it.
But okay, these lines, I mean, it shows you why the players are thinking so much,
Yeah, why do
because
they spend time? Yeah.
on every move you have to calculate all these possibilities, and like it's really quite scary actually for both sides.
hmm Maybe after bishop d2, queen d2, a simpler move which secures the initiative after knight e7 or
Mm-hmm.
knight h4. I think it's more or less the same. We have some ideas connected with h6.
Yeah. I have to say, I'm actually, the more we look at this, the more I'm worried for Alireza. Also, Alireza now is actually the one who's down on time, only 21 minutes and a bit.
hmm
Teimour still has almost 28, and we're only on move 24, so still 17 moves to make for Alireza.
We should keep in mind how Alireza is strong in blitz
Mm.
and in short time controls, but
But it's
on such level,
I think it's also so different because it's his first candidates tournament. There is so much pressure on him, so many expectations, like people have been talking about Alireza for so long. I'm sure it's not easy. We have to remember he's only, I always forget how old he is. 17,
I think
18?
he's I think he's
18.
19
18.
or 18.
Yeah, so he's still so young, and there's all this pressure, and I think it's just, I mean, I hope Alireza does well. I'm a big fan, but I think it could also just be a very tough tournament for him potentially.
Sure. So, well, we can say that his um, lack of experience on high
Mm-hmm.
level can pay off,
Yeah.
like on contrary. But yeah, I don't. I don't remember him playing more than, let's say, 6 tournaments on the highest
Yeah.
level. On the highest level, do I do mean tournaments like, uh, let's say, Norway chess,
Hmm.
Vacancy,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah, because he
whatever it
was
can
unlucky.
be.
I mean, he was so young, and then the pandemic hit, so there were just not so many tournaments. So I agree with you. I mean, he played Vacancy, I think maybe only once even, and then he played this Norway chess. But yeah, he is lacking for sure. I mean, compared to all the other players in this event, he has a lot less experience on this level, and also I think a first candidates tournament is just very special, and it can be great. I mean, we remember Magnus Carlsen, who won the first candidates he ever played, but it can also be a very tough tournament if things are not going your way. And as I speak, Alireza has just played Bishop B4.
Yeah, and now there's things are getting very, very interesting. And in order not to spoil, in order not to find something clever, which is quite uncommon for me, I think it's a good idea to have a short break and
Let's do it and
follow
have
up in mutual time troubles.
We will do that. This will be our last break because before the first time control, which is coming up in just 40 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Before we leave you, once again, there's still some time for you to register to the FIDE Online Arena, a platform where you can earn official online titles recognized by FIDE, and you can get 20% off with the code Candidates 2022. Everything is in the description below. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with all the action in just 10 minutes. Hello and welcome back to round one of the FIDE Candidates 2022. And Daniil, we've taken a quick break, but a lot of things are happening in the game between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi, and it's not looking good for Ding Liren.
Yeah, so the game is heating up, and this is the current position on the board. And I think we've done a very shy prediction that Nepomniachtchi could be considered as the man who can surprise even in the first round, in the good sense of the word.
Yeah.
And this is the current position with the pawn on g2. Black is threatening queen h1 mate, so I don't know why actually Ding Liren is taking his time, because I don't see any other move instead of king takes g2. Okay, f3
I
is
had actually a quick look during the break. The reason that he's thinking is that King G2 actually leads to mate in forced mate after Rook F2.
rook f2.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So f3 or f4 are probably the only moves that lead at least to some game.
In
I don't
fact, I
know.
mean, when I had a look, it's forced mate already. Like, okay, F3 or F4, it's forced mate in 14, but basically the position
Okay, let's try to calculate. Let's
is
say
dead.
f3.
Mm-hmm.
We should give a check.
Mm-hmm.
King f2. Yeah, we take. And if king g2, probably bishop h3. That comes to my mind first. And this is a mate, I think. So
This.
if king h2, there is king of queen f1,
Mm-hmm.
and the king is trapped. And if king takes,
Mm-hmm.
we check.
Mm-hmm.
King g4. Let's see how good we are in calculating the forced mates. Rook g6, king f5.
Mm-hmm.
Is it that clear?
Wait, isn't there just Queen H5?
I think there is a plenty of opportunities for black. At least I do see h5, king
Mm-hmm.
g5, queen h3, and I can't see the protection. Okay, you can play queen d5, but it's not the protection. Queen g3
Yeah,
is mating.
yeah, yeah, this looks good enough. By the way, at the
g4.
very beginning of this line, after Queen H1 and King F2, Queen A1 is perfectly good, but you can also take on F3, which is nice actually.
Wow, I'm trying to get the point. And if e pawn takes, what's going on there? So rook f3.
Yeah, and then
So that's
discovery
the
promotion.
uh-huh. Yeah, that could be a very stylish end of the game if Nepomniachtchi will be
Yeah.
able to
Oh,
find all
and
the moves.
actually F4 has been played.
Maybe
So, but now we will get
um,
your line after King F2.
it's a little more resistant, but then in this case, white's pawn takes an extra
Yeah.
square from the king. So king g2.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the line.
That's your
King
line,
h3, queen h1, king g4. So probably we check.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
King g5 and then queen h3. I don't see the way how to.
Yeah.
Wow, that's very cute. And let's briefly give a look how Nepomniachtchi managed to create such a thunderous attack.
Mm-hmm. Let's go back a
So
few
king
moves.
g1, g5, knight b7. That was the line. And in comparison to the lines we've calculated, he well, I don't know if it's been the best
Mm-hmm.
continuation, but we should admit that he found the best spot where to play g5. Knight b7, g takes h4, knight retreats to the better square, h3 obviously, but I was super curious. So rook e4, h takes g2. So probably he just calculated everything very
Very well,
precisely.
yeah.
But if bishop takes e4, so what was the plan? So probably h2 and then rook takes on f2. It might be a disaster for white.
Yeah.
So this
Yeah, I
position
think
is
at
just
this
lost.
point it was already,
Already solved,
yeah.
yeah. decided. Okay, great. So Nepomniachtchi is
I think it will be over in a second.
seemingly the first
Yeah.
player to open the score on the 2022 candidates. Probably he was the first players to open the score in 2020 candidates. So
Yeah.
both was black. So
He has just,
such a
it's an incredible start for him, huh?
it's an incredible start. And if we try to imagine and try to uh, yeah, try to imagine how it can be when he takes the lead in
And
the round one, when he takes the
sorry
first
to
game.
interrupt you, Daniil, but actually Ding Liren has just resigned after bishop h3.
So it's the first victory of the tournament, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, just with the just tremendous attack, managed to checkmate, literally
Mm-hmm.
checkmate his opponent. So that was the final position after, sorry, f4, queen h1. So they've traded bishop h3, and Ding Liren confirmed his resignation in the first round of candidates tournament. So I don't know. It's a kind of magic why such a strong player, Ding Liren, who recently he made a great run, a great
Mm-hmm.
rating run, winning a pair of Chinese tournaments with very solid players.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a different tournament, candidates tournament, so special. I actually predicted today 4 draws, but I think there's a chance we might get 4 decisive results. I think we should switch to Radjabov against Firouzja, because things are really heating up there and the players are getting quite low on time.
Yeah. Okay, we're switching to Radjabov against Firouzja. Yeah, I I can't resist. I have to share my impressions on how Nepomniachtchi started this tournament. So,
Mm-hmm.
despite many factors, he's been able to show up with his firm style of play. So this is a very common game, very common good game for Jan Nepomniachtchi. So he got a little initiative in the opening, and then he created a very good mating attack, very risky for white, and he converted into the full point. So we're switching to Radjabov against Firouzja, so we need a little technical assistance.
Yep.
Yeah, here we go.
So that game, I mean, we saw it before the break, getting really messy. Firouzja has taken a pawn. Radjabov is attacking. The players are getting quite low on time, so I think anything can happen in this game.
Uh-huh. So here we go. I think this is the position on
Yeah.
the board, h6.
So h6, the last move. Let's just go back a couple of moves. We didn't miss so much, but let's see what did we miss.
h5, bishop d2. So Radjabov took on d2 with queen.
Mm-hmm.
Probably he just calculated that h take g to h take g6 doesn't lead to anything decisive.
Mm-hmm.
So h take g6. Once again, yeah, h take g6 wasn't played. Radjabov opted for the most solid continuation, took on d2 with queen. So capturing g6 knight wasn't a good idea according to
To Radjabov at
bishop.
least.
According to Radjabov, at least, yeah, that might be sufficient for all of us, all spectators. Well, I wonder some very strong players are also following us. At least I hope that we we do
Mm-hmm.
quite a good job, even for the top players. Well, we don't pretend to be as a strong analyst, but
We try.
even though, yeah. So knight d2, queen d2 was on the board. h6 was played by Alireza, and Teimour takes his time, but does he have a lot of
So he has 14
discipline?
minutes. 14 minutes. And you're asking does he have many options here?
Yeah, because I don't see any instead of taking on g6.
So let's have a look. If
Maybe
we take on g6, black
okay,
takes
maybe
on
I
g4.
got the points. Maybe he'll try to make a forced draw somehow. Because I see once again a very cooperative play. Knight f6, pawn takes, I take on g6. I know, but I'm just talking nonsense because you take with f pawn.
F1 and there's
Yeah, otherwise I would have some
yeah,
some initiative.
yeah.
No, that's crazy. h6, okay. The most natural move is just to take the knight. So we trade the knights. We have this peculiar G
And
file with 4 pawns being there.
and does white take on f7?
Mm, yeah,
I guess.
that's a good question. Of course, rook takes, the only move. We take with the knight. I think it has to come with a tempo. And it feels like black's position is a little bit ruined, to say the least, because you have to keep your rook on the f file, because if rook d7 or e7, there is queen g3. So probably you have to go rook f5 just to keep the tension. Uh, Fun fact that probably I don't have g4 because of rook g5, queen g5, and bishop h1. That's what I've
It's
just realized.
wow, that's very cute actually.
So you still
Do I
have
have
f3
yeah,
move
f3 and then maybe a perpetual
and
or
queen retreats. Yeah,
yeah.
and queen retreats.
There's your first draw.
Yeah, there is a first draw, but bishop has to take on f3 because I think after queen f3, white can be more aggressive and just capture the bishop. So
Ah,
I
of
don't know
course.
if
Yeah,
it's possible.
yeah, you're right.
So you can take on f3, and black has a very nice compensation on for the exchange. So they have an a pawn. Even without an a pawn, I think black wouldn't be like that bad. Still some chances, but with a pawn, I think they have some even maybe some winning chances. Could it be? Well, I think the position has to be more or less equal, but it's still a game.
For sure. I think maybe we should very quickly switch to Caruana and Nakamura, and then we can come back to this one just to quickly update the battle between the two Americans, because it looks like Fabiano is actually doing well against Hikaru.
Okay, great. So we're switching to Caruana against Nakamura.
So we haven't seen that one in a little while. The players still only on move 32, so really 20 minutes now to go until the first time control, and time is ticking down, but it looks like Hikaru has maybe some problems with what we were talking about the whole time, this vulnerable king.
Yeah, so this is the line. Rook f8, rook f8, e takes e5, c takes e5, rook e1 played, e4, and once again, so because of the exposed position of the black's king, they they will suffer for a while. Rook e8, c takes e5, bishop d5, knight f1. Yeah, the knight is going to g3 or to e3. That's the question.
And it will be such a nice piece there. I mean, what you were saying earlier, the knight will never be able to be kicked out from either of those spots.
Yeah, this position looks so unpleasant
Yeah.
for black. They have to all the time to keep an eye on their king because there is a lot of tactical blows connected with the exposed king. So the knight on e3 will be just a perfect piece. So my prediction that we will have another decisive game over there.
Yeah.
That looks Cool.
How do we
Quite
continue now?
disastrous.
What do we do with this bishop on d5?
How would we keep fighting there?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been thinking about queen d4, but then knight e3. I realized that I've pinned myself.
Actually, Hikaru just played bishop c6.
Well, that's the solid move.
And
Bishop
Fabiano
c6.
immediately with the natural move here, knight e3.
Yeah, so he's aiming to take on g4 in some line, and there is not a lot of good moves for black. So basically, there is a rule that in bad positions there are no good moves.
Yeah.
But well, how we do follow up with black? Let's say if we play against Caruana and FIDE candidates, and
We're desperately trying to survive.
we're desperately trying to survive.
Um,
Maybe rook f8 just to
mhm.
secure the f5 spot to fight for the f file. But then there is another problem. White can make a check on e6 and take even with the knight in case of king h7. But if king h8, yeah, I think
Just take with the queen and play the endgame, or
endgame is absolutely winning because of the white just push the pawns. I've tried to calculate knight f5, but I'm failing to.
Mhm.
It's like a little more
Let's
ambitious. Maybe
see,
queen
knight
g5. It's still
f5.
folding.
Yeah, queen g5, and there's no kill yet.
No kill yet.
But it feels like it shouldn't be so far, yeah?
Yeah. So we have a check once again.
Mhm.
We make a Patzer check, but black do not blunder. They play. They have queen f6 at all. Queen f6 is a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, but queen g4 is a very simple move and very. It's like it's easy to make it
Mhm.
because you evaluate it clearly.
Yeah.
It's winning with knight on e3. So
By the way,
uh,
5 minutes only for Nakamura and still 8 moves to make.
yeah, this position is absolutely unholdable. I
Yeah.
mean,
And
okay.
wow, Hikaru just played g3. So
He tries to
giving up
trick somehow.
giving up the g pawn. The question is, do we have to take it, or do we have anything more interesting?
So I'm trying to get the point. Well, taken means allowing some endgame chances if we
Mhm.
take with the queen. If we take with a pawn, that's critical.
Mhm.
So black's only rescue could be found in the endgame. So they have to they try to trade the queens,
Mhm.
despite the fact that even after queen e5, black is suffering. But
Do we have to trade the queens? It's so depressing.
no.
What if I try bringing, I don't know, rook f8 or trying to get the queen? Like, I guess, like, I want to ideally put the rook to f8 and bring my queen to f2. La la la.
Well,
I'm dreaming a little bit, okay?
yeah, I think Nakamura has to dream also
Yeah.
because there is no other
I think it
rescue.
makes sense actually with 5 minutes on the clock to try something like
Fair
g3.
point. But the point being that even after g4, you play, let's say, queen b2, which is very aggressive.
Hmm.
I think even after queen g3, we retreat to g3. I can give up the a2 pawn, and then we
Hmm.
just go for the decisive
Yeah.
mating attack.
Yeah, my poor king is so lonely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a pity that black is simply out of resources.
Mm.
After g3, there still might be a plenty of moves. Even h3 or h4 are quite considerable. Yeah, white can choose almost
Mhm.
everything literally. So
Mm.
I would rather opt for. So I think I would rather opt for h3.
Yeah,
It's a
h3, I
very
mean,
solid
makes a lot
move.
of sense, right? To just not allow anything at all.
And then we follow up with your idea to play rook
Yeah,
f8.
yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, let's say rook f8. We have knight g4? I don't know, because you have queen c3 for all of a sudden.
Yeah, and suddenly, at least I have some
Active play.
active player.
Okay, right. It means after rook f8, still some human-wise,
Yeah,
it's not like absolutely
yeah.
clear. It's clear that white is almost winning, but
Has to
they need
be
to find something
precise. Yeah.
very precise. Okay, let's just move on because
Yeah, I think we
I
should
think
go
Fabiano
back
will take
actually to
time.
Radjabov and Firouzja. I know we've been neglecting Duda and Rapport a little bit, but I think they are close to making move 40. It's an endgame. I think this Radjabov against Firouzja, they still have 10 minutes to go and a wild position.
Hmm. Let's move on.
Because I think absolutely all three results possible. So as I said, 10 minutes, 10 moves to go, 5 minutes for Radjabov, 10 minutes for Firouzja. And well, Daniil will tell me what he thinks about the position. I think it's a mess, that's for sure.
That's a mess, that's for sure. And I think it's almost the same line that we've calculated.
Mm-hmm.
After 8 takes g6, so we've got the position, we've got the line. H takes g6, H takes g5, pawn takes, and then king f7 was played. So Firouzja decided not to opt for rook f7, knight g5, rook f5. But, well, I thought there is some tiny chances to escape for black. At least we provoked white to play g4, what is a little bit risky.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I've played rook g5 first. I think bishop h1 is also an option.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, if we push to f4, there is rook f4 and still a game. Maybe black is just winning.
Maybe black is
But
winning out
yeah.
king. Mm-hmm.
So king f7 was played instead. Knight g5, king e8. We have another king's evacuation. Okay. Nakamura decided not to go rook d8, king d7, king c8, but
Here we do. So
here we
f3
do
makes a lot
f3.
of sense to just deal with this pawn on g2.
And after knight e4, I'm completely sure that black has to eliminate the knight on e4, otherwise it will lead to c5, and there we can realize the difference in efficiency
Mm-hmm.
between these two minor pieces, because bishop on d5 is stuck towards the f3 pawn, and maybe it's the right moment just to take on e4 and try to escape somehow. So
And that's
we
what
have the tables turned.
Alireza has taken on e4,
Yeah, we have the
understanding.
tables turned
Yeah.
in this game.
So what do you make? Okay, first of all, how do we recapture? I guess rook takes looks more natural to activate the rook, maybe along the fourth rank.
Yeah, that's quite natural, but I've also been considering f takes c4 in order not to give you the d5 spot.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if f takes e4, I think queen b7 is a move just to
Mm-hmm.
activate your queen somehow, threatening some queen b6 or some back rank checks in, or like in case if rook will go to e3 and somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
I would consider f takes e4 as well, but rook e4 is more natural. I think in spirit of Radjabov style of play, he would have taken with the rook.
Also, maybe do you think with so little time on the clock, do you think taking with the rook is a bit safer, maybe, or?
Well, I'm a little bit puzzled with queen d5 because I don't see the clear way how we do proceed. Because
But
potentially these pawns are also weak.
but queen d5 hasn't been played, right?
No, not yet.
Mm-hmm.
Even, yeah,
Even rook
rook
takes, yeah,
e4,
yeah.
rook e4. hasn't been played as
Hmm.
well. So we're just waiting for the move. So if
Under
rook e4,
four
queen d5.
minutes, he needs to hurry up though, because even this endgame. I mean, okay, let's see the endgame after rook takes e4. Each side has four pawns, like the black pawns are all completely isolated, and white. It's funny actually that white has one pawn island and black has four pawn islands, right?
Yeah, but despite the fact that black has more pawn islands, I don't think that the structure is in the white's favor. So once again, I just see the position, and it doesn't seem to me obvious that white is really pushing, because if we swap the queens all of
Mm-hmm.
the board, I think black is simply better because of the a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't need to make any extra trades to create a passed pawn, but we just push the pawn. So if rook e4, queen d5, and that's why Radjabov takes his time. Queen on d5 is a very strong piece, and then a5 is coming, and black is just pushing the pawn. I think f takes e4 has to be played. It's very ambitious move. Queen b7. Um, well, I don't know if d5 is an opportunity because of the check on b6, and uh, there is some
Mm-hmm.
checks. King h2, rook
He
h6,
has actually just
king
captured
g3.
with the rook.
So he captured with a
Yeah.
rook. That's very difficult. It's a very complicated decision.
And now I'm actually curious, will Alireza try and use the time situation? Will he start playing fast? Because Teimour has only 2.5 minutes, still 8 moves to go. Or do you think Queen d5 will be played quickly? Yeah, well, there it is. Queen d5 played in just 28 seconds. And Radjabov immediately replies with Queen b4.
Uh-huh. Maybe if he calculated something by force.
Mm-hmm.
At least I got the points of queen before. So he wants to decide where Alireza will put his rook, because rook f7 seems to be very, very passive
Mm-hmm.
because of maybe rook e3 and then rook a3 or rook c3. So we just transfer our rook to the, like, towards the weaknesses, towards the c7 or a7 pawn. Let's say rook e1, the most common retreatment. But if rook g8, which seems to be more logical,
Mm-hmm.
then we also do have rook e1, because after rook g4 there is a5. And we do have rook f4 as well. And that's far from being clear.
Yeah.
I think after rook g8, rook f4 is almost killing. I don't know. I don't know how to protect against rook f7. If rook invades on the 7th rank, I think it's over.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, queen
So,
b4 is a very smart move.
so okay, I guess it means we cannot probably go to g8.
To g8, I think very
Yeah.
unlikely. We can go rook e8, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Then still we play rook
f4.
f4, like threatening rook f7. And if rook e7, we have rook f8.
Mm-hmm. They're trying to use the back
So
rank.
we play some like tic-tac-toe
Yeah.
and trying to get the open spot, and then queen b8 probably a threat, or rook somewhere. So this position is in a clear favor to white because of
Mm-hmm.
just the king's placement and the active pieces. So still, Radjabov is pushing.
Yeah, and I mean, I was talking about, oh, do you think Alireza will use his time advantage? But in fact, he better be careful because he also only has 5 minutes.
Hmm.
Um, and it's
And how much Radjabov has?
2.5.
Two and a half.
Yeah.
So now they'll start playing bullet
Yeah, the problem is
almost.
it's not easy for Alireza because as we just saw, if you kind of put your rook on the wrong square, you could end in trouble quite quickly. He's played rook g8.
Oh, maybe there is a reason behind it.
So
I
let's
can't get the point.
let's see if rook f4.
So you can play king c8 there, and after rook f7 maybe opt for some very active counterplay rook d8. So That could be an idea.
Wow. Rook d8
And
hitting the
now
pawn on d4.
yeah, I think so. And now now we have a sprint. So we take on d4, rook d4, and who's faster? Yeah, just run away.
I mean, it's so difficult to evaluate this from a distance, huh? Like, it's just, I
Yeah,
think, not possible.
it's all forced.
Teimour has gone
But
queen
how?
a4 check. I wonder if he gets a chance for some perpetual, maybe he will just take it. Yeah, he has only 1 minute 40 on the clock.
Maybe it's a smart decision to make a couple of checks
Yeah,
and then decide
yeah.
what to play. But if queen a4, how do black reply? Because king a7 fails to queen a7 simply, and we take the pawn and we have better pawn structure. I mean, because we eliminate the main danger of the position. But if queen c6, if we take, there is a check on c1. Wow. And now everything is protected. We can simply play king
King
f2.
f2.
And then after check, we retreat with the rook and keep pushing.
But wait, we have some moves coming in. So after Teimour took on a7, so this all happened. Queen takes a7. Alireza played rook a8,
Yeah, that's smart.
and now queen c5.
And yeah, this position
And queen
seems to be with
takes,
good
pawn
drawing chances.
takes. Yeah.
Yeah, take, but it's not clear how to protect the g7 pawn.
Uh-huh. Okay, so the question is, do we want to defend it with the rook or the king? Or can we afford... I guess we can never afford to give up the g-pawn, right?
No, we cannot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we can try king e7, which seems a little bit passive,
Mm-hmm.
but it's a little hard to improve white's position over there.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're threatening to play rook a5 or make a check and then play rook c1
And get behind. Mm-hmm.
and take and just win the pawn back.
Alireza goes
So
for
king,
more solid, more active. King c6 he's played.
that's what I honestly don't like.
Mm-hmm.
Just I believe king e7 was a little bit more solid because it's quite difficult to convert this extra pawn.
And let's see.
Because if you want to convert the extra pawn, you need to make some trades
Yeah.
or to capture the weak pawns of your opponent. But now rook a1 and rook c1 is a threat. So I think king e7 was an option as well.
Mm-hmm.
King c6.
And rook g4 played.
Yeah, rook g4, it's very logical. Maybe he wants to play king d5. No, but okay, the g7 is hanging.
Okay, what if I just defended passively with rook g8?
I thought I can play rook g6.
Rook g6 and king d5.
King d5, I play f4, and all the time you're
Mm-hmm.
pinned. So
Mm-hmm.
we are barely holding the extra pawn in this line, rook e7. But maybe it's still a draw. Maybe it's still a draw. You ask me why? I tell you probably because of g5. So we try to disrupt the pawn structure, not to allow the connected pawns.
Okay, and if white starts bringing the king?
Yep. Yeah, so you just push forward.
Mm-hmm.
We push. But then with such an active king on d5, it also can
Yeah, suddenly you have to be...
become
Yeah.
a little risky. So we can play rook c8 over
Yeah.
there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's far from being clear. Maybe king d5.
Oh,
Once
wow.
again, I've
Alireza took on c5.
just gave it up.
Yeah.
But what is the point?
This I'm really shocked. Okay, this is move 39, so Alireza has to make 2 moves. He has under 1 minute, 52 seconds, king d5 played. And now last move to make. Both players just under a minute to make the last move.
So he gave an opportunity to choose between the endgames.
And And Teimour took on c7. I guess we'll see king takes e5, and then yeah, here we are.
Yeah, it has to be drawish, but human-wise, still Teimour will try to
press.
press. But well, it's a nice defense by Alireza so far, because his position's been very, very unpleasant, but he found a way how to convert his weak pawns, I would say his disadvantages of his positions, into something concrete, into something certain.
Yeah, for sure. And okay, with that time scramble, with that time control made, we can take our breath for a second, because time control has been made everywhere. I suggest we should start by going back to Caruana and Nakamura, because it feels like the other one, the endgame, will go on for a while longer. So quick look at the Americans first, and then finally we'll catch up with Duda and Rapport.
Mm-hmm.
So where did we leave?
So here we go,
Yeah,
g3,
g3.
and he took with the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite natural. Queen e5, queen h6, queen g3, rook f1. So he decided to take the control of the all squares on the king side,
Mm-hmm.
despite giving up the pawn back. Queen g7, queen
G7.
h4. So black's queen is trying to chase the white's one. Of course, with such an weak and exposed king, white has to maintain the queens on the board. So queen g3, queen g7 back.
Mm-hmm.
Can he escape from the trades offers? Playing knight g4, let's say. Is it an idea?
So let's see, knight g4. I guess now we're also creating some threats. I mean, knight f6 is the obvious threat, so black needs to do something. I guess black has to make a rook move to cover f6, maybe, or
They have a peculiar check on d4. I thought it works, but probably doesn't because of many responses. The first one is rook f2. The second one is king h2, because after queen h8, we have a discovered check knight h6.
that's very nice. And
King h7,
seven.
and I'm not sure if we are mating, by the way.
So you're
That's
thinking
even
after
more
king f7
interesting.
or rook f7?
I would rather choose this
Uh-huh.
opportunity, play
Uh-huh.
rook a4 and rook h4, or check king h6 and play rook f4. That's the trick. Rook h4 is hanging, and I don't
Is
see the
there
way
rook
how to.
a5?
Rook e5 fails into rook h4 with trade, and then I play
And
queen h3
yeah.
in the end. But you have queen e5 for all of a sudden. So I think I'm not making it clearly. So queen h5, but then I make a check on d6,
Mm-hmm.
forcing you to play king g5, and that is probably a mate in my point of view, and I'll tell you why. Let me calculate it briefly.
Are you starting with queen f4? No.
I think, yeah, queen f4, king g6. I don't know if we've managed to gain
Yeah.
something. So actually we can receive more or less the same position after taking on h5.
King
I
h3.
think we play king h3.
Mm-hmm.
So the point being that after e3, we still have nothing. Well, I mean, the point being that the rook on e8 is protected all the time. I can't
Yeah.
use the, yeah, all of the stuff. So queen h8
But it
once again,
feels
knight
like there
h6.
must have been something.
Yeah, I think we're missing something very, very easy. Rook f4, queen e5. That's the move. Yeah, and I don't know how I can improve my position.
Okay, maybe there is no need at all to go rook f7.
Yeah, maybe there is no need. We can
Yeah.
just play knight f5. And you know what? What is the threat? You will want to play rook h1.
Rook h1 is
Okay,
such a nice move, actually.
yeah, I'm just having fun. Yeah, rook h1 is nice move. Not necessary because rook f4 is also killing in the nearest perspective. But okay, knight f5 is the move. It has to be played instead of rook f7. Rook f7 is quite provocative. Maybe it's still winning, but not that clearly. Also, rook f2 is a move. I don't know. Maybe it's also winning. So after queen g7, Caruana takes his time. Can we look for an update? Maybe he made a move
I
yet?
think he hasn't made a move. I think probably it's just taking a lot of time on move 40. It was a stressful game. So maybe we have time actually to switch and go to Duda and Rapport, because we haven't seen that endgame for a really long time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so sorry for the
For the fans.
fans of these two young talents that we don't do it on purpose. It just
No,
it's
the
just a
other
game of
guys
chess.
just
So
provided more entertainment.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so here we have it. We'll have to go back a lot to catch up with everything we missed, because it's looking very, very different.
Mm-hmm. Position we've seen. Bishop c4. Yeah, we're just waiting for the board for analysis to appear on screen. Yeah, bishop c4, bishop g4 was played. That's a bit, it seems very mysterious to me. Okay. f3 and then f6. So in this case, Duda decided not to take the pawn on f6 because it will probably lead to an endgame with an extra pawn, but
Opposite
this
color.
double g pawn doesn't seem to be very useful there because of bishop e7 or any kind of move. Black is very solid. So bishop e3 was played instead, bishop d7, bishop e2. So bishop just goes back and forth.
But I think Richard
h5.
did a great job kind of holding the position together, at least, no?
Yeah, on the first side it looked very, very risky, but then even Duda realized that it's not clear how to break through the...
So let's
So
see.
knight c2 was played. Well, that's also mysterious. Bishop f8, a3. I can't get the point of playing knight c2, but anyway.
Maybe he will
King
show us
f1.
in the future.
Yeah, or an
Or not.
analysis, post-game analysis as well. Bishop d2, king b6, knight e3. Still, it feels like white is slightly pushing. What do I see that after king b6, Duda took 31 minutes to play knight e3?
Oh, wow. That's a long thing for a move like that.
Yeah, probably he's been considering other options, but...
No, actually, no. I think it's 30 seconds, no?
Really? I think
he didn't have so much time.
Oh,
I think.
knight d6.
I mean, it would be really mysterious to spend half an hour.
So knight e6. Yeah, rook c1, c5. Yeah, black's position no more seems to be very, very risky, so it's just seems to be holdable. Bishop h6, trying to trade the black squared bishops, because I mean the clear purpose is to force white to play bishop d2 to pin them, rook d1, unpinning, rook d8, knight d5, and we've moved on very, very typical Carlsen style endgame with a pair of bishops and a pair of weaknesses.
How much do you think the pair of bishops is giving Duda here?
After rook d3, bishop d4. So that's the point. So, but this is a very concrete line, so we need to go through it a little bit. a4, c4, bishop b4. So
things are getting very concrete here.
h4. That's a very clever move because I thought that they can play c3, but I think bishop d3 was the plan. Still black can try knight c4, but in this case, if after bishop c4, c2, bishop d2, it becomes unclear because bishop f7 is threatening, and also a5, a6. So
but if in that
intermediate h4 is
line
clever.
in the end after bishop d2, do I have time to go g5?
g5, it's a good question. Well, I think you do have time. So we need to understand how risky it is after a5, let's say. Anyway, you have to play c1. I take, you take, I play maybe. Okay, it doesn't matter. I play a6, bishop e3. So I don't know if we can fix the pawn structure over there. If there is any kind of a plan. We can try g3. That's clever,
And
I
what's
think.
the idea?
I want to play h4 and fix the h5 pawn and then take bishop f7, bishop h5.
So
And let's say if you play h4 yourself, I play king g2.
If I take?
No, sorry. Of course I take first. Of course I take. You take, I play king g2. And on the first side, it looks like it's impossible to break through if I just keep all the keep the bishop on g5. But let's say if we put the bishop on, sorry, we play king c7 first, of course. I play king h3. You play bishop. No, but then bishop f4 is just a complete
Draw.
It's an easy draw. So the last idea was after bishop g5, play king g4, threatening, let's say after a couple of moves, let's say king b6, h3, king a7 to play f4, e takes f4, and then e5. So that was an only idea, but bishop f4 holds easily.
That was a nice idea, actually.
Yeah, so like human-wise, even there, fair point. I don't believe it's a problem for black. Maybe h4 is a little bit more technical, but so what is the current position? h4, king e2 was played, and it could be that after h4, black have gave up an important tempo, because now after c3 we just play king d3, and I don't know how we hold, how we protect the pawn.
Black didn't go c3. Black went.
So I think
king
you
c6.
made a better decision than Rapport did, playing c3.
I don't know. I mean, okay, let's have a look, because in the game he didn't go c3. He went king c6.
Yep.
And Duda answered
Bishop
a5. Yeah.
So king b6 was threatened, actually.
Okay, so can I now? Okay, I can never go c3, right? Because of king d3.
Yeah, so your knight is like somehow restricted.
Okay, the next thing what I would like to do is, if I can, is just trade some pawns on the king side, right? I guess.
Yeah, f5 is very natural. So probably we do take on f5. I don't think anything else.
Okay.
At least you are forced to take with the pawn. Can we play somehow smart? Yeah, I've been thinking about bishop d8.
Okay. Do I ever want to e4?
I think e4 is like, yeah, it's brutal.
Mhm.
You can try taking on h4, but then I play c3. I think king d1 is the only move. Well, with such an active pawns, I don't think black has even a single problem. But white has a pair of bishops, so
I mean, sometimes it amazes me how complex these positions can still be with so few pieces.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's still all about the
Yeah.
calculation. So bishop a5, a5, take, bishop d8. Do we have anything else how we can try to protect the pawn on h4? No, but I don't know what I've done after bishop h4. We can just play king b6.
And you just come and take the a pawn here.
And now, if bishop somewhere, let's say g3,
Mm-hmm.
we can try c3. So it's a very funny line, actually. So if bishop d6, we play c2, c1 is hanging, and after bishop f4, we grab the bishop, and then c1 is still hanging. So black is absolutely out of risk. Maybe
Maybe
they have a
winning,
good
eh?
winning chances, maybe winning.
uh,
C3. So if king d1, we take, and after bishop d6, again e3. I think white is not on time to protect everything. But they can go bishop f4, pardon me. Because after e2, I think we are fine to just give up the
mhm.
material, the bishop. So it's still far from being clear.
Yeah.
Maybe Duda can convert the pair of bishops, so he's not risking at all. Maybe he has some tactical blows.
What a crazy endgame. Okay, and I mean, it's not a surprise that Rapport is taking some time now. As we saw, I mean, even Duda has to, in some lines, be careful. Like, we could still see all three results if one of the players gets careless. Would you say that a draw is the most likely result?
Well, I would say that White's defeat will be the most unlikely result, but White has some, at least human-wise, very, very decent winning
Mm-hmm.
chances. Because now it becomes all forced, it becomes all concrete, and but it's move 42, so finally Richard Dropin can take his time and
Yeah,
just drink a cup of coffee, just take a seat,
yeah. I think,
calm down, and calculate
but you
everything.
have to be careful, right? It's always, this is a little bit the trap about making move 40. Suddenly you think, oh, I have so much time. And
Hmm.
remember, they have to remember, of course, they only have this 1 hour for the next 20 moves, again, without increments. So it's nice to relax, but you cannot relax for
Not so
too
long.
long.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
true.
Okay, I'm thinking maybe. Okay, let's go back actually to Caruana and Nakamura, and after that we can take a short break also for us, because somehow earlier I was so curious what was going on in that position. So I turned on the engine briefly, and turns out before move 40, and maybe I can just very quickly, on move 39, after Fabiano played queen h4, apparently queen h7 was not good at all, but of course the player had no time. Apparently queen,
So he decided not to play knight g4. So
no,
what I'm surprised with
yeah.
little. So, but what was the point? Why not knight g4? So what else do black has? Rook f8. They do have rook f8. So the point being that knight f6 is not possible because of rook f6, and the queen on g3 is not protected. We cannot take the rook. But I was a little curious if white can opt for the such an endgame,
Mm-hmm,
taking on f8, playing king f2.
mm-hmm.
Like if it will be enough to win the game. It's not that obvious. Maybe black is on time to put their king on e5, and it doesn't seem to be like absolutely winning position. So maybe it's not even much better. Maybe it's draw. So that's why Fabiano decided just to keep the tension, playing queen h4. Fair point. Bishop d7, preventing knight f5, restricting the knight. But then bishop d7 also allows some knight d5 jumps. But knight d5 on the spot doesn't work because of queen d4. And the knight is hanging. Probably white has to. Now they have to find a way how to make a draw.
Yeah, I mean,
But
certainly.
I won't be surprised if knight d5 is the best move because this game of chess is so crazy.
95, but what's your idea after queen d4?
I want to like disrupt your coordination somehow. I mean, let's say I play rook f2 or king h2. You take. I play queen g3.
But queen g3?
You move.
Okay, yeah. King
You
h8.
move the king, and I play rook f4. So maybe like this.
Okay.
So the difference between these two positions that now the bishop on is not protected, is not on c6, which has been the most solid spot on the board.
But earlier
Now
my
there
queen
might
was
be some
also not
tricks.
in such a good position, no? Because here, can I not somehow block with the rook? I don't know if
Rook
rook
e6,
e6 or
no, or
rook
rook e5.
e5.
You might be right. So I've just
Because
blundered.
earlier the
Rook
queen
e5.
was in like, I don't remember where exactly, but not such a nice and central position, eh?
So it means that I cannot use this idea of playing 95. All the time you have some rook e5 or rook e6 moves.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly
After
this is
bishop
not
d7,
so clear.
can we try something like rook f6? I mean, to restrict the pieces. Yeah, it's not that clear. It's clear that white is much better, but it's
Yeah.
not so clear how to win.
And I really feel like, I mean, having watched so much of Hikaru online, he is such a.
He's capable to escape
It's
any sort
really
of
insane.
positions.
I mean, I've never seen anyone escape like he does so
Yeah,
many times. And okay, online blitz, of course, is very different, but it's kind of almost like a skill, I feel, that he
yep.
has. And yeah, just
The
insane.
most tricky players, the most tricky player all time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So rook f6 can be the 40s move. We should underline that now it's move 14. Caruana has to make the most decisive, the most crucial move for the first period of time. So rook f6 seems to be quite natural, just holding off the
Yeah.
pieces. So you cannot play rook e6. It seems to be. I just play queen e4, capturing the pawn. Also b7 is hanging in some lines. Rook f6. You can try what you can try. Rook e5 probably with an idea to play queen g5.
Yeah, I think this will be a very long game. Fabiano also has to be careful. He's been thinking already for over 10 minutes here. So I think we'll get a very interesting second time control. But for now, it's time for us also to catch our breath after this very exciting period. Still 3 games remain. Jan Nepomniachtchi has beaten Ding Liren with the black pieces. While we take our break, remember you can still sign up to the FIDE Online Arena. You get 20% off if you use the code candidates2022. And other than that, we'll be back in 10 minutes. So don't go anywhere and we'll see you very soon. Hello and welcome back to this first round of the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2022. We're into the which hour? The fifth hour already, or the fifth hour, and only one game has ended so far. Jan Nepomniachtchi beating Ding Liren with the black pieces. Daniil, maybe first, let's say a few words about that victory for people who might only be joining us now.
Well, you mean about the game between Ding Liren and Nepomniachtchi?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so just a very, very pleasant start for Jan. And yeah, we've shed a little bit of light on this game. So Jan did receive the position that really suits his style because he had a very interesting mating
Mm-hmm.
attack. And for all of a sudden, it became very, very unpleasant to play with white pieces. And Jan was relentless in converting the game into a full point.
Absolutely. What a brilliant start. He already won the last candidates, his first game with the black pieces, went on to win the whole candidates. So surely a good omen. But for now, let's return to the three games that are still going on. We'll start with Duda against Rapport, who are playing quite an interesting endgame.
Yeah, so Rapport decided to play in a very solid manner. So after bishop d8, he just put his bishop on g5,
Mm-hmm.
just protecting every pawn. Also, bishop on g5 seemed to be in a very comfortable spot because it supports the c3, c2 um, pawn movement. So I don't know if c3 is a threat, maybe not, but I think this very nice bishop transfer has to be enough in order to make a draw. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't see the way how white can improve their position.
So let's try and see what are the different options. For now, the bishop on b6. Wait, sorry. So after
But you
king.
know, like can it be a Zugzwang position? I'm very curious of.
Uh-huh.
Rather not, but who knows? For example, I do play King D1. Once again, I can't resist providing you very, in my point of view, entertaining stuff because, like, if Black's King pushes forward,
But
playing
black
King
has
C5,
already played, right? Just to be sure. King d7.
they play King D7.
D7, yeah.
Okay, great. And
And
Bishop
bishop
B6 was
and
the
king
move.
c6.
Fair point. Yeah.
But show us. We always like to be entertained. What did you want to show us?
Yeah, but I mean, in all terms, it looks very logical in order to just push the
Mm-hmm.
king forward. And if king c2, the point being that after king b4 is losing because of bishop e7, king c5, and we just take on c4 and probably having a winning endgame.
Mm-hmm.
And if king d4, we have a little tiny check on
A little
b6, which
oopsie.
is actually made.
Yeah.
So king d7, yeah, Rapport, you cannot you cannot trap him.
Like this, not
You
so
cannot trick him
easily,
like
yeah?
this, not so easily. Yeah, king d1, king d7 is the move. Bishop b6 and king c6. So kudos to Rapport. I think he finally found a very convenient setup for all of his minor pieces,
Mm-hmm.
both for knight and for bishop, and it's very hard to improve. It's very hard to improve, very difficult to improve white's position. So they can retreat to f2, keeping an eye on h4 pawn, and with an idea to push the king towards the c4 pawn. So
Mm-hmm.
what will happen after bishop f2, let's say?
Well, earlier we were looking at this idea with f5 to kind of start pushing the pawns on the king side. So the question
Hmm.
is, could this be an option again?
Seems very logical. I think we're more or less obliged to take.
Mm-hmm. I guess I take with the pawn again.
I think even knight f5 leads to a draw,
Yeah.
because after bishop c4 there is knight e3.
Mm-hmm.
maybe a draw. But there is black
Forced to
is
go
not
into.
forced
Yeah.
to go such way. D takes f5. You know, like in blitz with this knight and restricted bishop on a6, I would rather pick black. Well, it doesn't
If it
it doesn't
splits, I
reveal the
always pick the side with the,
with the knight.
with the knight.
Yeah, this with the horse, he's quite tricky minor piece.
Yeah.
Some players would rather pick the side with the knight against the rook, but it's not the case. But
It's a bit much, yeah.
yeah, so g takes f5. At least black has a plan just to push their pawns, play if e4, e3. So
Do you think that Duda will keep trying, or do you think he feels, okay, I tried everything? We could see a repetition, of course, with bishop d8,
I,
yeah?
don't- I don't believe this position suits the aggressive style of play because after f5, I'm not sure if it is all right. So it has to be a draw, but maybe now black is the side who is trying. But
Yeah.
not much, obviously, but
Yeah, so that's why, I mean, maybe in the current position, maybe Duda will feel maybe it's time to make a draw. Like if he goes,
yeah, I think it's actually it's time to make a draw. So
not in the, I mean in the
stay.
current position, like he can just go
Yeah,
bishop
play.
d8, yeah?
Yeah, you can go for perpetual for the moves repetition, playing bishop d8.
Okay, what if he tries a5? Is it crazy?
Not really. I think it's just a normal move. But you know, after a5, well, knight b5, I'm not sure I can try this move. At least because of bishop takes, king takes, bishop d8, pinning everything. And
And if
black
I,
doesn't have an active plan.
can I go bishop f4 or?
Yeah, fair point. Bishop f4, I take on f6, and you take on a5 first.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Because if after bishop f4 you take on h2, I think I can play bishop d8.
And here I
And
will.
it's still like not like 100% clear. Of course, it still has to be a draw, but who knows?
Yeah, but taking on a5 first is on a. Yeah.
Yeah, that's convincing. In case of after knight b5, so my idea was to play knight d4 at some point, and I'm just waiting for the reaction. Also, peculiar knight a3 c3 strat can be possible, but then like bishop g3 can hold everything up. Maybe knight b5 is not the best one. There is nothing wrong just to make the structure being stable. Just play bishop f4, forcing to play h3 or bishop d8. I don't know. Still a game, it's still a game.
Yeah. I think he
f5
will
can be a
probably,
move.
maybe he will try a5. Because what else? What if, okay, we looked at bishop f2. What if bishop a5? I'm not sure what am I trying to achieve there, but.
Can we follow up with the same idea?
Or f5, yeah.
Or then you put your bishop on c3 in some lines. I don't know if you can. Let's say you take. I take with the pawn, or I can take with the knight. So it has to be like more or less drawish. So I take with the pawn, doesn't matter. Bishop c3, and even bishop f4 seems to be like quite enough to equalize. So I think it's almost a dead draw. I don't believe there is any chances for any of sides.
Okay, how about I suggest that we leave this one for a second. Oh, actually, Duda has gone a5.
Wow.
Okay. Well, now I'm curious. Will we see this knight
Yeah, I think f5 will be the move. Knight
f5?
b5
I also like
looks a little
f5.
shaky.
Yeah.
So there is no necessity to be a weaker side, so we can just play f5 and play normally. Because still, I mean, nothing has changed. Still, White's bishop on a6 is absolutely restricted. So at least with the pawn on a4, White could potentially dream of playing bishop b5, giving up the pawn for something. But after a5, they just uh, they confirmed that they will never release the bishop from the cage. I mean,
Yeah.
so f5 could be a move. I mean, you have to be a little more cautious for White, not in order not to over push this position.
I agree.
So
And I'm pretty sure that Rapport will play f5, actually.
yeah, let's say f5. What is the concrete line? If we take on f5, pawn takes, we play king c2, aiming to play king c3. Can we try e4? Pawn
Yeah.
takes, we play f takes e4. All right. At least after king c3, I have bishop f6 check.
Yeah.
And I'm very curious. I think this position, well, it's still a draw. It's still a draw.
But
I
it's one
think
of these
for
positions where you're saying, White has to
yeah,
not press too
not to over
much.
push it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. So Rapport is doing quite well despite the fact that he, I think his opening went, I can't say completely wrong because White will rather not win the game, but g6 move is somewhat I didn't like at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Rapport did a great job actually to fight back from
Yeah,
what
just
didn't
he
go
kept calm and
so well. Yeah. Okay, let's switch back to the two Americans because actually this endgame between Radjabov and Alireza, not so much is happening right now. I think Alireza is doing a good job defending. So maybe a quick look at Fabiano against Hikaru.
yeah, but just a second.
So the two Americans, it looked like Fabiano was pressing and is still pressing. It looked like he was close to victory, but then Hikaru found some tricky resources as always. So let's see what kind of progress Fabiano is making.
Yeah, tricks is apparently what is Hikaru is very, very good at.
So we left it.
I'm trying to figure out what is the current position, so
The current position is on move 43 after knight d5.
just give me a hint how it's
So on move 40 was
occurred
queen
because
g3 check.
uh-huh.
Is it not that line? I actually can't see.
h4, what
So
was the
queen
move? Can you just
h4, queen h4, queen h7, queen g3 check, queen g7, queen h4, bishop d7. And I think we left here, right? And then Fabiano played rook d1.
Yeah, now we got it. So
And
bishop goes to e3, to e6, sorry. Was knight d5 played?
yeah, it
I'm
was. And
curious.
that's the position on the board right now.
Wow. It looks like Caruana has spoiled everything. Or I'm mistaken. So if bishop takes, rook g5 is the threat. So black has to...
Actually, Hikaru just played rook f8, but let's have a look at this. So if takes,
Maybe it's just winning. Rook g5 is a very annoying threat.
yeah.
So let's say if rook e6 or rook e5, it doesn't matter. We make a check on the 8th rank and then rook d7 winning queen. So that's been a point. Wow, so that's been a point. So knight d5 is actually a good move. And then rook f8 was played. Yeah, so I'm taking my words back. So
Yeah, and here, Fabiano
indeed, knight d5 was a very clever decision. Rook f8, and does white have
just
anything?
took on e4 actually. Just
Yeah, that's very wise decision.
it's a very calm move, just okay, I'll take the pawn.
Yeah, I think that's just completely winning. Now I got it. Now I
How do we
realize that this
defend?
is just completely winning.
I mean, how can we try and defend the bishop?
Well, you can try rook e8, but there is a bunch of moves like rook f1. I think it's all lost. Because yeah, if bishop f5 fails into knight e7, yeah, knight on d5 is a very strong piece, and all the time that if bishop d5, it's also lost after any move. I think literally any move, like queen d5. Rook f7 loses immediately because of rook f1. We just trade everything, and we have an extra g pawn. If king h7, what do we have over there? I think rook d3 is a move. Because if you
And this
check, I
king,
just
I
play
mean,
king
it's so
h2.
insane, right? The king was so unsafe for the whole game, and still you're suffering
Yeah.
the same problem.
By the way, we can look back for a while. We can look back for a while and try to guess what was the mistake by black, because something went wrong just almost from the very beginning.
Yeah, so let's see.
So that was the position, queen d3 h5. I don't believe it's like so bad for black. Maybe f takes c5 was an opportunity. So I'm pretending to be very aggressive on the king side and very solid on the center. So let's say if f takes c5, can we receive more or less, but with the knights pair added? It looks quite logical because this knight on e3 is under the attack. Is under attack. So h4 and g4 is threatening. Let's say if knight c4. I don't know if I'm blundering something.
Okay, I'm gonna have a quick look. Give me 1 second. So
I'm super curious.
if f takes, okay, f takes is interesting. The only way for white to keep an advantage here is h4.
Aha, got it. The only but probably sufficient.
But it's not so clear actually, because now there's some knight c5. It gets very messy again. Queen e3 takes on h4, and who knows,
Oh well, we
eh?
take. But isn't e5 hanging? Well, it's a mess indeed. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, big mess.
probably he opted for more solid continuation. So the computer says that this position is just better for white. Is in white favor.
Yeah, but only very slightly.
Okay. Take. Bishop takes knight c4. Everything is quite logical. Knight d6. C takes queen e3. Well, I don't know. Maybe he could opt for rook g8 because g4, knight
G4
e2,
was good
a6.
actually. G4, according to the engine, was the best, and
Best
here
one.
it's just even. Like actually, the computer is giving 0 zeros, which is always funny to me.
Oh,
And then, okay, actually, the engine just didn't like castle kingside. It's not a big, like it didn't go down much, but
could have tried this one, our ancient idea.
I mean,
Maybe it's too much
no,
over
King
there.
D7 actually it's the engine's second choice, top choice. Okay, it's not a big depth, but it's H4.
Uh-huh. So black just the black's playing quite directly.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
So castle was an inaccuracy, and then it it led to the
yeah.
consequences we do have in the game
It just
currently.
then it becomes unpleasant, right? And it's not, and then it just always gets a bit worse, and suddenly
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
like there was no
This is
blunder
how
or
it
anything.
happens.
Yeah.
So you make one inaccuracy, and then it becomes quite annoying to play the whole position. So the position on the board is
The position
this one, I think.
right now is
Queen h6
Queen
was played.
h6, yeah. Queen h6. So what's the idea of Queen h6?
Well, the protecting the
Bishop.
bishop, aiming for some squares like e3.
Mm-hmm.
So still somehow black is in the fight, but
It
once
somehow
again,
it
like it
feels
won't
like
last long.
we just want to bring now the rook, the last piece. But I don't
Yeah,
know how do we
but
do it.
how? That's the question.
Yeah.
So let's say if rook g3 possible.
Okay, so rook d3. If I give you a check.
Yeah, so you check me, I play king h2,
Mm-hmm.
again threatening rook g3. So it's so this position is so annoying. Even after queen h6, we can retreat with the knight, just keeping an extra free extra pawn
But wait,
with
what did, but
spokeskin.
in this position it is, so is, you're saying after Queen h6? So we don't go rook d3, yeah?
I don't know. I think I know. Sorry, rook g3 fails to queen c1 because there is no way how
We
we
cannot block the checks,
avoid
yeah.
the
Mhm.
perpetual. So we have king
Mhm.
g3 if I'm not blundering, but even queen g5 is enough
Yeah.
to hold. So it's just unnecessary.
Okay, so we need something else than rook d3.
Knight e3 is the move. Just
I like knight e3, just keeping everything
mhm.
covered.
Yeah, and then decide what to do. Let's say rook g6 is threatening, so
Mm-hmm.
it's not an empty move. Knight e7 is way too aggressive, so there is not a lot of ideas after king f7 or king g7.
Mm-hmm.
At least looks like knight on e7 placed a little bit wrong. Knight e3 is a normal move, yeah, probably.
Okay, so knight e3, how do we continue? How can I annoy
Well,
you a little bit here?
queen f6 can be the move, but then rook g6, that's what I didn't like.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I can trick you somehow. Let's say rook f4,
Mm-hmm.
but then you take on b7. I don't have even a single move. I have rook d4. I
You're
don't know if
so
it works.
greedy to take my little pawn.
Yeah, but that's the way how we all do play.
Yeah.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
but in this case, I think greed is not a sin.
No,
But it's
that's
all
true.
it's all depends if it works. Let's say rook d4. So like
True.
this famous Seven film starring Brad Pitt. So I hope I won't be dead after taking too much pawns. Like they're not that poisonous.
Not yet,
Rook
at
d4.
least, it looks.
Not yet, yeah. They can track queen b8 check. So like
Mm,
rook d4 is like a very typical Nakamura style trick.
yeah.
Some miracle. Yeah, black needs some miracle to save this position.
So what is this check on b8?
Nothing wrong actually. So we can keep an extra, let's say king h7, queen a7. So it just wins on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
Rook d4 is not working.
Yeah.
Queen e3, that's what I do like. Knight e3, sorry. And how do black keep the tension, keep the nerve of the
Mm-hmm.
game, being like visibly lost? So bishop f7 is not the move because of knight f5 probably. So you can try to hold after rook e8. Just keeping the tension, but even rook d6, I don't see the...
Yeah, I really like this knight e3 just because you stop any kind of checks, any annoying tricks, and then we
Yeah, and
can activate.
strategical wise, we don't need the trade of
Yeah.
bishop on knight because the black king's position is still exposed, and we can dream for just checkmating it
Yeah.
simply. Okay, I mean, we can take the time waiting for Caruana to respond. He played rook e1, also a move, so he keeps control of e3 square. He did like something after knight e3, which is a bit mysterious for me, but anyway.
Okay,
Rook
rook e1
e1.
also makes some sense. So we're also hitting the bishop on e6. And where will that bishop go?
Yeah, so there is not a lot of tricks. Taking on
d5?
d5 is not a recipe.
No.
Queen d5, rook f7, we just... Can we make rook f1? Not really, queen e3. Like, I want to provoke you somehow. Let's say rook f7. I can play queen rook e8, that's the point. King g7, some check, keeping the control. Yeah, and this is completely winning for sure. Yeah, too much checks, too much
After queen
weaknesses.
f6, where is the... Okay.
I think this one. Queen
g3.
g3. You have queen king h7 or queen king h8, I don't know.
Or king where?
Yeah, I think the idea is after king h6 or king h7, I play queen h3 check. And then I play rook g8 when your king goes to... No, if king g6,
And
I
the
have rook
same,
e7.
of course, if I go... I forgot for a second that if I go queen g6, you have rook g8.
Yeah.
Oh,
So this position seems to be winning,
yeah.
so still black has to keep the tension, not capturing the knight. But what else? So bishop f7 is way too passive. I mean, yeah, this position is just lost.
I mean,
Bishop
it's
f7.
horrible, right? You just have
Yeah.
no moves.
There is absolutely no pleasure, like, sitting
There hasn't
with
been
black
any
pieces.
pleasure in this position, actually, for quite a long time for Hikaru.
Yeah. So Caruana just literally tortured Nakamura
Yeah.
in this game.
Yeah.
None of the positions we've been analyzing seemed pleasant for us, at least in terms of play.
Yeah, now after rook e1, it looks like Fabiano is very close to getting the second decisive result of this first round.
Such a bloody start. So
I
we've
know.
expected a hot day, and
I didn't expect a
we're...
hot day. I expected 4 quiet draws, so I'm in shock.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
But like the modern chess,
Yeah.
this is all about.
Okay, shall we take a quick look at this endgame between... Or maybe, actually, you know what? Maybe we can wait here. Maybe we'll even see a resignation. I don't know. What do you want to do?
Should you mean like between Radjabov and
Yeah, or if
Alireza?
we should stay here and
Between
wait.
Jan-Krzystof and... Well, it seemed to be like well, it's not a dead draw, of course, because white is pawn up.
We can
Okay, we
have
just briefly
a
give a
look,
look.
yeah.
Yeah, just briefly give a look.
Yeah. So we're gonna go to Radjabov and Alireza, where Radjabov is still trying to push his extra pawn, but no progress has really been made here. So here we are.
So this is the current position.
Yeah, current position after king
We can
g3.
briefly give a look how we came up to it.
Yeah.
So Alireza decided just just to be so direct, play
Mm-hmm.
king c5, king d5, and trade all the pawns. King d6, king f2, e5, in order to close up with the rook. g4, king e6, rook f5. Yeah, but there is no. I mean, instead of rook a3, also like any kind of move like um, rook b8 would be enough to make a draw. Rook a3, rook f8, rook transfers to b file. Yeah, so I don't see even a single idea. After king g3, I think even rook b1
Actually,
is a
Rizad
move.
shows rook c2, but I think, as you're saying,
Yeah,
pretty
sorry.
much anything.
Yeah, because king h4 is not a threat.
Yeah,
We force him to retreat with a check on h2.
yeah.
So rook c2, rook a3. I'm trying to think if white have even at least one possible plan in order how to trick the opponent. Of course, it's a draw.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say if we play rook b2, white check on a6.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say we play king g5 if it is a move. But then probably we just lose by force for all of a sudden because of rook e6,
e6.
rook b5, and then rook e5.
Mm-hmm. That's a nice trick, actually.
Yeah.
I'm shocked that there is even a trick in the position, but this is a big one.
Well, king f7, I think Alireza already shown the
The defense there.
how is the defense,
Yeah,
the how he will hold it.
yeah.
Let's say king f7. If we simply push the pawn, playing g5, we play rook b4, which seems to be the most logical
Mm-hmm.
opportunity. And then uh, again some kind of sprints. Let's say rook f6, and this is the question where we have to put the king on.
Your next move is rook f5 or what?
Yeah, I've been planning to play rook f5, but I think like king g7. King g7, we have rook e6,
Mm-hmm.
which is more accurate because after rook b5, thinking
Mm-hmm.
g4, and now our plan is to play king h5 and make a check on the seventh rank. But if king e7, not avoiding rook e6, say white plays rook f5, king e6, and this is the way how black holds white cannot improve really. So this is a kind of fortress.
I
We
think
wait
there's a
for
very good.
g5,
Yeah, mm-hmm. We wait for g5.
wait for g5, cut off the on the fourth rank, and put the king on e7. So probably this is the fortress.
Mm-hmm. I
So
think
if we
there's a
push the
very
game,
good chance we'll actually see this happen in the game.
mhm.
By the way, I think, Daniil, that we should go to Duda against Rapport because Rapport played this f5 and now some things are. The position has changed a little bit, so maybe we should switch back to Duda against Rapport.
Okay, we're switching to the youngsters. I mean, of course, we should call them youngsters
Yeah.
because apart from Alireza, they're two youngest players
Mm-hmm.
of the tournament, and this is their first appearance on the candidates tournament, which is quite entertaining, quite
Mm-hmm.
exciting.
Yeah, for both of them. I think today, I mean, we saw very interesting battle actually, and it's still ongoing between the two. Very likely it will end in a draw, but who knows? Let's see what happened here. So finally, Richard went for this f5 push.
Yeah, I think so. Actually, f5, bishop f4 was the move.
Mm-hmm.
King c2 was played instead of h3. So he simply gives up the h2 pawn. So what's been the point? So he wants to trade the h2 pawn to c4 pawn. So that's the move, king c3, and then we take on c4, and still white has a slight
Yeah.
edge.
So that's why Richard was like, no, I'm not interested to exchange this H pawn.
Yeah, so this trade is in a clear favor of white. King c2, f5 was played. King c3 trade, knight e4. So he decided not to keep the tension more, just traded a pair of pawns. But how come? Could it be that Richard could have played something more solid, because this particular trade is in favor of white, because otherwise there is no way how they do improve their position.
Okay, so how
Still,
could
maybe it's a draw. Ah, no, we just take on h2. This is the point. So we have just way too many pawns and way few pawns for white in order to progress.
So let's see. So actually, we just had a move. So king c4, knight d6, king b4, and now we just take, huh?
Yeah, I don't see anything against the capture. So all the time, we just put the pawn on e4, push the king side pawns. I mean, like zero risk. Oh, it's a dead draw.
Yeah, so, and Richard has just captured on a2, and what you're saying is just eliminate all the pawns and then maybe sacrifice one piece for the last pawn.
Better to sacrifice the knight,
Yeah.
because as far as we know,
Yeah.
like a pair of bishops against the knight could be winning. It's like it's winning in 70 something. Shame to me. I had this kind of an endgame against Luke McShane in World Cup 2019, and I wasn't able to create even a single problem for my opponent. So I wasn't very familiar with this endgame
Ah,
pair
you
of
lost
bishops
this
against the
knight
knight.
against. Ah, no, you drew it with
I
the
made a draw,
bishops.
but
Yeah.
yeah, so it's better. I didn't even press. I mean, like he just put the bishop knight on g7 as far as I remember, and I couldn't really like move it out.
Have you studied the endgame since then?
Afterwards, yes, a little bit. So there is a lot of you make a lot of silent moves. So somehow you just cut off the knight from g7, b7, b2, and respectively g2 spots. So you need to quit the knight of these squares, and then the chances appear. But I wasn't able to get this knight of the g7 square. Shame to me.
Well, I don't think it's a shame. I think you're being a bit too hard on yourself.
Well, at least I had to create at least a single problem. I've been a piece up, so I have a pair of bishops against the knight. So
By the way, Daniil, I think we should go back, switch to Caruana and Hikaru, because that game is about to be over, so we can just catch the final moments, because it looks like Fabiano is finally getting to that black king of Hikaru. I think the game is very close to being over. So we left after rook e1. And we were saying there is actually no good moves here for black. Hikaru tried rook d8.
king knight e7 check. King f7, knight f5, queen f6, rook f1. So quite an unpleasant move. Black has to play bishop d5, then knight h6, and queen g4. So the point being that he's winning by force, and it's in a very artificial way, by the way. So knight f5. Well, but it's not a poetry, so white has a lot of moves. Let's say king h7, the last trick. No, king h7 is not even a trick, because queen h4 and queen d8 comes with the check. I saw g2 is hanging, but it's not. The first line that I've calculated after knight f5, king h7 was very, very stubborn. Just take, play knight e7, king g7, and play rook d1. That's another opportunity to win the game.
Yeah.
So Caruana has a variety of ways how to finish in style, and that might be the second
Decisive.
result of
Yeah.
the day. So Caruana and Nepomniachtchi carrying the day, mm, stealing the show for the
Yeah.
first round.
And I
That's
think
quite a good start for both of them.
for sure, and I mean even the other two games, which I think are quite likely to end in draws, but they were so exciting. I mean, this Radjabov against Firouzja with this attack, um, it even felt like anything could happen. And in the Duda-Rapport, it really felt at some point that Duda was very close to like quite a very big advantage.
Yeah, so for all of a sudden, the calmest game of the day was between Duda and Rapport. It's not over yet, but it seemed to seemingly ending up in a draw. And Caruana playing a little bit more boring way, but it reminded me, like a big snake, like anaconda or python, just tightening the rings all over the black skink, and finally just like choking him.
Yeah,
So queen g4, queen g6. I don't know what the moves. I might guess that after queen g4, Nakamura has to resign.
I was wondering actually, even if he has resigned already because no move is coming, but I'm not sure. I think the game is still going. Maybe we can just, okay, we looked at queen g6, which fails to knight f5, and so knight f5, apart from king h7, what if the king goes,
Yeah, but then we have knight h4
yeah,
discover check, which is quite
yeah,
unpleasant. So yeah, I think
it's just
Nakamura has
over.
to resign, and probably let's briefly give a look on Alireza endgame, because I'm very curious
Yeah.
how Radjabov will try
And
to
by the way,
create
the
a problem.
result just came in. It's now official. Nakamura has resigned after queen g4. So our second decisive game. Congratulations to Fabiano Caruana. And we are going to switch back. You were saying the Radjabov game, yeah? Or the other?
I think to Radjabov against
Yeah.
Alireza, yeah, right.
So 2 games down, 2 games to go. And actually, okay, so we only missed one move since we left. We left after Teimour played rook a3, and Alireza is just patiently waiting. Rook b2, and I think he has figured out that basically Radjabov just simply cannot make any progress.
Once again, I'll have to refresh the board.
So there in that game, actually the players are getting quite low on time now. I know the clock was wrong for a second. I think after we have a look at this endgame, probably we should take a quick break to come back then for the final time control.
Yeah. So this is the position on the board, and it's Alireza turn to move. He's being checked.
And he's gone back to f7. So this was the final trick, right? That just that you cannot go to g5.
G5. So, and then like king h4 or g5 are the attempts. After g5, rook b4 holding more or less easily. After rook f6, there is king e7. Maybe he can try king h4. King h4, then rook f2, just keeping an eye on f3 pawn, so it's not a hard move to make. And seemingly an easy draw. So g5 has to be the last attempt. Okay, he can repeat the pair of moves playing like rook c6 or rook d6, but g5 is the last standing idea in the position.
So do you think g5 will be tried? What else?
Yeah, as in last attempt, because king h5, king h4 loses any kind of sense after
Yeah,
rook f2,
yeah.
and we have to go back. So g5 at least, it's a couple of problems, like giving a choice after rook b4, rook f6, where to move.
What do you think in the six months that Ali Reza was preparing for the candidates? How much time or effort do you think he dedicated to endgames?
Phew, that's a good question. I don't know even. So I'm pretty sure some players like Caruana and I would say players of caliber like Aronian to spend a lot of hours studying endgames.
Mm-hmm.
But for Alireza, I think he's not like kind of studying them on purpose, but he tries to like he tries to calculate them precisely.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the his all play is not based on some patterns on the intuition. He's like a very
It's
like
calculator.
machine looking player. So he's very concrete all the
Mm-hmm.
time.
And this endgame, I mean, this endgame here, it almost feels either you can just know it or you can also just calculate it quite easily. Either way, you
Yeah, I
shouldn't
mean,
be in any trouble.
yeah, that's true. I think rook h6 was tried, but I can't get the idea.
I'm also not sure.
Okay, so nothing concrete. I think the last remaining games should end in a draw, and I think we've barely talked to the audience, to the spectators, and we will be happy to answer your questions in the chat
Yeah, let
regarding
us
chess or
know.
not regarding chess as well. And we would like to share our opinion and listen yours, and so we feel absolutely free to join this conversation.
Actually, this GM Chess and Tai Shigong Academy was saying that he called 2 wins today. So well done. That was a good call. Um, and there was a question earlier from Dan Jackson, who was asking if we can have it. But let's see if Dan is still in the chat. If not, it doesn't make any sense to go back. He would like to see something in the Ding match. So Dan, let us know if you're still around, and then maybe we can have a quick look at how did Ding lose. I think otherwise we can also probably take a final break because the time control is coming up in just over half an hour. So maybe now is actually a good time for a quick break. What do you think, Daniil?
Yeah, I agree with you, certainly.
So I think what we're gonna do, we're gonna go on a break now. Very likely it will be the last break of the day because I think both games are really headed for a draw now. So don't go anywhere. We'll come back for the final parts of the last 2 games. So we'll see you very soon. And yeah, that's it. Although I think we're still here, so maybe give me 1 second. I forgot to just let our producers know, but I think we'll go. Yeah, we can go for a break and be back in 10 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to this first round of the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2022. If you're just joining us now, 2 games have already ended and they both ended decisively with Jan Nepomniachtchi scoring a huge win with the black pieces over Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana beating his countryman Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces. And Daniil, 2 endgames remain. We are going to start with Duda against Rapport, but both of them should be nearing a drawing conclusion.
Yeah, at least the Duda against Rapport's endgame is more entertaining than the other one. And I think so. King c7, bishop b6, king b7, bishop c4 was played. This is the current position. Bishop d5 is threatening. And maybe he's trying to somehow create some mating ideas. Let's say if e3, which is very natural, some ideas connected with bishop d5 can appear, or not really.
Actually, I checked this one also during the break. Actually, e3 loses to king c5, so I think you're correct that there is a mating net, but starting.
Yeah, so first we play king c5, and it's not that obvious. So
it's not that obvious at all.
I've got it. So the point being that if king b5, then we have king d6. So we are provoking black to put the bishop on d6, making a Butzer check, as you named it. Bishop d6 won't be a great move because of king b5 then,
Yeah,
I guess.
exactly. And
okay,
Richard actually didn't fall for this. He didn't go e3, but he went knight d6 back. And Duda immediately answered with bishop to e2.
Then we try simple bishop g3. So if bishop retreats, we have bishop e1 check at least. So, but bishop c5 is quite interesting.
Bishop c5.
Then I have king c6, I think. Yeah, and I believe it won't be a problem for black. So bishop e1 is in the air, so it's quite difficult to defend against it.
Yeah, so bishop g3 for sure one option in the current position. I mean, this line looked quite convincing. What if the knight comes back again? Just instead of bishop g3?
Yeah, so with bishop c4, then we receive the same position we had just a couple of moves before,
Yeah,
right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I can't get the point. If knight f5, if bishop retreats to
c4,
c5, but then bishop d6, zero problems.
Yeah. Because I kind of like the knight on f5 just covering this d6 and always threatening some jumps.
And it's also it's protected on f5, so zero risk to blunder it.
Yeah, I'm curious what Richard still has, we can see 10 minutes on the clock. I don't think these players will have any trouble reaching move 60 because we're already at move 57, so only 4 moves to go for Richard. And
can we check, haven't they already repeated once the position?
Can we check if they repeated already once? I'm so bad at this stuff, but I think they
bishop
didn't.
c4, knight d6, bishop e2. Not yet.
Yeah.
He can play knight e5 and then
Hmm.
ask what is the plan.
Yeah.
Okay, so at least an interesting attempt to create something, but it's not a lot of, just a very few material on the board, and it rather seems to be a draw. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think, but also bishop g3 also looked fine. As long as he doesn't do anything like what we saw earlier, as long as he doesn't try to push e3 and get himself into trouble, I think he's already defended so well until here. I think what he had to do to reach this position that he has now was much more difficult than what he has to do from now.
yeah, so once again, it means that after king b7, bishop c4, e3 is losing on spot
Hmm. Yeah, I think so.
because of king c5. And the mating net, if we play some peculiar bishop g1, but there is no mating net, we just push the pawn.
Ah, but wait, a6?
And then bishop d5.
But where do you go after a6? You're still gonna get mated, right? Just with a new queen.
Ah, yeah. So after king c8, we can add bishop e6,
Yeah,
which is just killing.
yeah,
And then a7.
yeah.
Great, but
Okay, it didn't go for either of our moves. No knight f5, no bishop g3, when king c6.
so bishop c4, knight d6, bishop e2, king c6 was played. Now I see.
And again asking white, and what now?
I'm trying to find some trick. With bishop d8, let's say, attacking the pawn on h4.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe now you move bishop g3.
Bishop g3, creating a potential bishop e1 threat.
Mm-hmm.
a6. So the last attempt. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can calmly cover it up with bishop f2,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
there is no real threat.
Yeah. It's important that the king is still on c6 so that there is no bishop takes h4, that the king can always stop the pawn. But doesn't look like.
Well, I don't know if we can switch to the game which is already ended in with the victory of Jan Nepomniachtchi, because I made a brief and short analysis where
Sure,
the
let's do it.
things
So,
went out of the hands for Din.
so let's switch. I mean, there were a couple of questions in the chat anyway about how did Nepomniachtchi win. So we're gonna switch to that because it looks like the two games we have ongoing are fairly drawish. So let's see your analysis.
So we do switch.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was one of the crucial moments of the game. So I don't take into account the opening part, because it would be better to spend more hours working on opening. It's very, very complicated.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the position. Knight d5, rook d4. Jan had an opportunity to play g5 immediately, but well, h takes g5, queen takes g5, b5. It's very difficult to analyze it. It's a very, very sharp position. Maybe black is on top. But instead of g5, h6 was played by Jan, And computers say that queen d2 was not even an inaccuracy, but probably a mistake.
That's
Rook
crazy, actually.
ad1, yeah, rook ad1 was the better option because after rook e8, at least white has an opportunity to sacrifice an exchange, take on d5, and have a decent compensation for it.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop h3 is hanging, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And if queen g6, we just play queen d2, pretending to be absolutely fine with this piece a little bit stuck on f5 with knight d6 threatening. So computer says, well, not strong, but still a computer says it's almost zeros. The position is quite playable. With whom would you pick? Whom would you play with in this position?
If it was a blitz game, I think for sure white.
Because of the knight.
Because of, yeah, it just feels like there's some tricks. I have to admit, I find it very hard to judge these positions with material imbalances. I think it's the kind of position, if I was playing white, I would probably feel like, oh, I would prefer black. And if I was black, I would prefer, I always want the thing what I don't have. I think in the blitz game, I choose white in a classical black and just try and. Although white, I think white is more fun, no?
Yeah, white is more fun because of the exchange sacrifice, because of the knight. Also, they have very peculiar pawn structure on the king side. Like, feels like your king is an absolute safety.
Yeah.
Also, e4 pawn can be potentially weak. I think black's plan is to play bishop g4 and f5 at some point, but I don't know if they're able to.
I mean, it was such a complex game, but I think one of the factors really of this game was that the nature of the position just suited Jan so much better.
Hmm. Yeah, so it's like totally imbalanced.
Yeah.
So that was probably the turning point of the game. And queen d2 was an accuracy after rook
Mm-hmm.
ae8. Still, rook c1 or rook e1 was the move. Rook
Mm-hmm.
e1 in order to protect extra protection for e2 pawn. And after g5, rook d5, take, bishop g4. Black is better, but it's not over yet.
By the way, Daniil, sorry to interrupt you, but the game between Teimour Radjabov and Alireza Firouzja has just ended in a draw. And
Mhm.
actually, well, let's get to the end of this analysis because also the other game, Duda against Rapport, is coming to a close. There was just one last final interesting moment here, but let's see this one first.
Yeah, let's get into it because I have nothing to tell about in Ding's Nepomniachtchi game because that were two crucial moments where Ding
Yeah,
could have played better, but he failed to.
yeah,
So let's briefly take a look on what's happened in the end of Radjabov against Firouzja game.
yeah.
I don't know, by the way, how to pronounce it properly. Firouzja,
I think Firouzja.
Firouzja.
I
Okay.
think the easier way. So we're gonna switch back and have a look at the end of the game between Radjabov and Firouzja. I think we didn't miss much there at all. So let's see how it ended.
Mm, give me a second, please.
Hmm. So one game remaining only, and I think that game will also end very, very shortly in a draw. But first, we'll see the end of this rook ending between Radjabov and Firouzja.
Now here we go. So finally you have the position on the board. Rook b3 was played, rook a2, check, king f7, g5, exactly the same position we've been
Hmm.
talking about. Rook a4, rook f6, king e7, which was critically important for black to put the king on e7. We've discovered that king g7 is probably losing because of rook e6. So king e7 was played, rook h6, king f7, a simple move, just retreating with king, rook h4, rook a5, king g4, rook a4. Yeah, all the time we just do.
This back and forth.
Yeah, we just do. We do attack the f3 pawn. f4 was played, so white cannot improve. No way they can improve, so they have to protect the pawn, otherwise it would be a dead draw. Well, they can try some rook b4, rook f3 check, but the point being that even after king g8, king g6, rook f8, white has absolutely zero ideas to improve their position.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's a dead draw, so the players peacefully agreed, and we have the last remaining game of the day, Duda against Rapport.
Yeah, so let's switch back there because there was one last critical moment shortly after we left. So let's switch back to Duda against Rapport and just follow the final moments there because, as I say, I think very close to being over now. Okay, so we left after king c6. We weren't sure how will Duda continue. He continued with bishop c5.
Uh-huh.
And after bishop c5, knight comes finally back to f5, bishop b5 check, king c7, a6, and this was the final moment where black has to find, of course, bishop d6. And Duda has just gone a7, and I think we'll probably see a mass liquidation here. Black, of course, has to capture now on c5 and stop the pawn. I guess bishop c6, yeah, so this is on the board. And
take a knight e3
yeah.
and taking on g2 will be...
Yeah.
So now we can surely bet on the only result. The game will certainly end up in a draw.
Yeah, I think
And
bishop e4, knight e3, king d4, and knight takes g2. And we will see a handshake here in a second. Bishop has captured.
so, Fiona, please share your impressions from the first round.
Very exciting first round, I think. I was not expecting so much blood, but also I was not expecting so many fighting games. I mean, every single game had some really, really interesting moments. So I was proven wrong, and I'm very happy to have been proven wrong. And two early leaders, Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi, both of them, as you were saying at the start, they are chasing a second candidate's win.
Yeah, it will be a great fight. I'm completely sure both of them will fight till the end. So Jan is highly motivated to bounce back from the painful loss in the World Championship match last year against Magnus Carlsen. And well, we don't know yet if the match will take place because
Yeah.
we've heard some rumors or even a direct speech from Magnus that he would be only happy playing against Alireza Firouzja, but the time will prove us wrong or right.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a big question, of course, because one thing we didn't talk about today is if Magnus doesn't play, then the second place and the candidates will also be very important. because we will have a match between the first and the second place in case Magnus does
Mhm.
not play.
Yeah, but what's about this tournament? Just the words from famous Swedish pop pop group. Uh, the winner takes it all, or
Hmm.
you win, or you go home. So
Exactly.
the first place is the only that exists in this tournament, and despite the fact that Ding and Nakamura have suffered painful losses just in the very beginning of the tournament, we expect them to bounce back in some rounds,
For sure.
maybe even
Even
tomorrow. Who
tomorrow, who
knows?
knows? And Daniil, I think that brings us to the end of today's show. It was a very exciting first round. I will not be here tomorrow, but you will be joined by Elizabeth Pates for the action of round two. And
Yeah, so
mhm. Just
we have
before.
we have to thank Fiona for being here. It was a pleasure
Thank you so
to meet
much.
Fiona in the studio.
It
Studio.
was my pleasure being here, commentating with you for the first time. Before I go, thank you so much for watching us, and just a reminder to subscribe to our YouTube channel and give us a follow on Twitch at Twitch at no at World Chess TV. And that's all for me. Very exciting first round. Looking forward to the rest of the tournament. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night and see you very soon.